So it's working good this week?
Good.
Oh, praises.
All in all nonsense. We'll see when we finish doing what it's doing. All right. Shabbat Shalom. We're live on YouTube. Pagan dates 10/15/22. Right.
Hey brother, did you actually put the link in the chat?
Not yet. I gotta finish up with the club there. But today I reminded me, I'll put it up in there. Let's see if this thing will let me bounce me out of here. Every time you come on here, you keep doing this nonsense about our club deck. Every time, man, I don't want to see this again. All right, get all that out of here. All right, well, we didn't, log me on. Everything else. All right, we start the room there. That's the last renewal of the covenant. Everything was on replay. Allah room chat topics, blah, 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 blah. We'll start the room. Okay. All right, Shabbat Shalom. We're live on the club deck now. Pagan date 10/15/22, around 3:13 p.m. West Coast time. So we're dealing with the last renewal of the covenant. The covenant since it's been made has been reviewed. I want to touch on certain things before we even get to that. I want to show you that scripture we talked about Isaiah and Tobit. Can we get the Apocrypha? Tobit chapter 6, verse 1. We can talk about Jonah, what that.
Tobit chapter 6 and verse 1.
Yeah, real loud. Hold on. Real loud for the mic. Is the microphone on?
Mm-hmm.
That was sweet. Okay, I didn't see the blue light was coming. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Tobit chapter 6 from the top. And as they went on their journey, they came into the evening to the river Tigris, and they lodged there. And when the young man went down to wash himself, a fish leaped out of the river and would have devoured him.
See that? A fish leaped out the river and we're trying to eat Tobit. The fish must be big for you try to think that the first thing he can actually eat Tobit, he got to be huge. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. Then the angel said unto him, take the fish. And the young man laid hold of the fish and drew it to land.
He drew him to the land, right? All the way out the water. Go ahead.
Verse 4. To whom the angel said, open the fish and take the heart and the liver and the gall and put them up safely.
Yeah, so he cut them open. He gutted the fish. He took the heart. Everything else, and took all that stuff out of there. So that was you later on to ward up that demon later on. And continue to read Tobit. So you guys go ahead and get a chance. I'll finish reading Tobit. It's Tobit's 14th chapter. So yeah, fish back then was huge. This fish probably could eat devour Tobit. Right? Wow. No joke. I want to come on and share my screen with some information here, man. This pertains to, when we talk about Moses and kind of what happened. Give a brief information about this right quick. Let me go share my screen right quick. Share this one. right? Eupolimos, all right, this is about Eupolimos. It said he was, some scholars have him as a Jew, an Israelite, doesn't have him as a Greek. But the evidence, the evidence is showing that he is an Israelite, all right? So we're going to read briefly about him. It says, and Judas selected Eupolimos, son of John, son of Achos, and Jason, son of Eleazar, and dispatched them to Rome to establish friendship and alliance, to lift the yoke from them. It was clear that the kingdom of the Greeks reduced Israel to slavery, and they traveled to Rome through the roads was very long, and they entered the Senate, and they answered and spoke as follows: Judas, also known as Maccabee, and his brothers and the people of the Jews have sent us to you to establish with you an alliance and peace, so that we may be enrolled as your allies and friends. And the proposal pleased them, example the Romans, and this is the transcript of the letter that they wrote in reply on bronze tablets and sent to Jerusalem to be there with them as a memorial of peace and alliance. The text of the treaty follows as it gives you the source of the stuff here.
Excuse me, brother. If you can you make it a little bigger? Text bigger?
Let me see if I can make it bigger.
If you press that plus sign where it says 100% on the top, you can make it bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. All right. Cool, brother. Thank you. Are you gonna put the chats in the chats on the club, like the clubhouse in the YouTube? I just checked, they weren't there. Okay.
Right there. Are you on Club Deck, Izar? Yeah. So the links is in both places then. Back to the share screen. You can quickly scroll back up, showing what I just read, so they can see what I just read. This is what I just read. Okay. Now we're going to scroll down. If you pause the video and then read the whole thing, scroll back down where we were. This is a commentary. Polimo, son of John, from the priest. They say from a priestly family, a coast who negotiated the treaty with the Romans is like 161 BC, and an ambassador from Maccabeus. The same story was reported by Josephus. With addition, so the decree was co-signed. Polimo was on. This is Polimo's reputation. I started in Syria. Pro-Syrian Hellenized adjacent to the side royal privileges gave agency of John, the father of the Polemos, who negotiated the treaty, the friendship and alliance with the Romans. The identification of ambassador name in 1 March. So I just see this is all commentary and stuff right here, but I want to get to the more important thing that he talks about. Right. So I'm showing you, because you guys go ahead and read through this. Because when you read through this stuff, it gives you a whole bunch of information you can find different books. Right. So then the fact that the historian was a priestly pedigree would have been an obvious choice for Judas' embassy. Right. Because Judas was also Maccabees, a priest. He would pick a priest. Dates back to the early 17th century. That has been following this near since. Nearly ever since, though, most scholars have rightly emphasized that it cannot be proven. Okay, we have the history of the Jewish people in the age of Jesus Christ. That's a book you can get. Good information should be in there. It goes on to speak. So all these things are sources. The Greek Bible of the ancient Jewish diaspora. This is another book. This is where I grab my books and information from. When I read through these commentary, they be leaving sources and stuff that I go grab them. When I go through them, I find out a whole bunch of other stuff, right? So we're coming down. It says, and he claimed in the stroke instrumenteus makes mention of the book by Tatian against the Greeks of Cassianus, and he had also produced annals, and yet more Philo, Astrobulius, Josephus, Demetrius, Epiphanius, Jewish historian, as well as those pointed out the writing that Moses and the race of the Jews have an older origin than the Greeks, so we older than them. It's all factual stuff, right? Clement said that Eusebius, who I've mentioned, Polemius is for an example of a Jewish writer who had shown that the Jews were more ancient than the Greeks. More information there, right? Nevertheless, the records of the Egyptian, Chaldeans, and the Phoenicians suffice as proof for our antiquity. And in addition, these other nations here testify that we're older than the Greeks. And in addition to these, many historians of the Greeks also, in addition to those quoted, Philotheus, Theodius, Macenaeus, Astrophanippus, Argemius, Euhermerius, Conon, and all, Zuperion, and many other, perhaps because I have not read all the books, but mentioned just curiosity, many of those cited in this entirely the truth of our affairs in the earliest history, because they had not read our sacred books. Wherever in all of them we have borne witness to our antiquity, about which I am now setting out to speak. However, Demetrius, Phlegon 722, and Philo the Elder, Equilibrius, do not go far astray from the truth. We deserve to be made allowances, but because it is not in their power to depend with all weakness to our treat. There is a little commentary on it here. Polemius, with two others, which put in contrast with those three others who said we have misrepresented the facts of our earliest history because they had not read our sacred books. Regard to the fact that Josephus later agreed Polemius as a Greek rather than a Jewish, rather translation than survival. That's another book, argued that Josephus applied a purely linguistic definition of the description Greek to the advantage of his own argument. Okay. We'll go down. You guys can pause the video when it goes down. I want to get to the point where he starts talking about Moses and he goes off into us building the temple. And information on building the temple. All right, so we have all this information here according to some. Demetrius mentioned the passages must be of a Jewish historian. Josephus confused with the Athenian philosopher, politician Demetrius of Phlegon. Okay, a study of the Judeo-Greek literature, but though it did not know that Demetrius of Phlegon was a librarian at Alexandria in 297. So 10 years after his exile from Athens. Right? And you can pause it when you get down to the heart of the matter. Here we go now. And concerning Moses, his author, example, Alexander Polemius, again, provide a lot of information that is worth hearing. Polemius said that Moses was the first wise man and that he was the first to teach letters to the Hebrews. Yeah. Moses started teaching letters to the Hebrews. It says that the Phoenicians received them from the Jews and the Greeks from the Phoenicians.
Oh,
all right. So that's how they've been saying how that we took our alphabet from the
Phoenicians because of the phonics.
This is not correct.
And I always seen it this way. I knew that.
Yeah. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Emmanuel. Shabbat Shalom, brother.
Shabbat Shalom, Akim. Shabbat Shalom to the family.
Yeah, so again, Equilibrius said that Moses was the first wise man and that he was the first to teach letters to the Jews. It's in the wilderness. He taught us the alphabet, right? Because it says when God gave Moses' Ten Commandments, it says it was the writing of God.
Con.
Right, so the alphabet that's on there comes straight from the Most High.
Wow.
It's the writing of God.
So, and that's the Paleo Hebrew.
And that's the Paleo Hebrew. Right, it was more of a pictographic look though, right?
Con.
So Moses had to teach us what these symbols and stuff meant.
Ooh.
Right? That's what he's testifying here. It says to teach the Jews, it says that the Phoenicians received them from the Jews.
Con.
And the Greeks from the Phoenicians.
So,
and that Moses was the first to write down laws for the Jews,
wow.
for the Israelites. So, what he's quoting here.
So that alphabet,
Kappa, right?
Delta, that stuff comes.
All that comes from Hebrew.
Oh man.
They trying to claim that the Israelites was not a literate people. They didn't have a language to be able to write what they wrote. Moses was not literate where he could write that kind of stuff. This right here, we seeing here documentation sources that this is a lie. And then if I don't curve that, this is further proof that they had literacy at that time. They were literate at an alphabet.
And it was above average at intelligence at that time. Come on, man. You can tell that. You can tell that.
So this fragment quotes Alexander Polyhistor paraphrasing of Eupolemus, giving Moses, who is also said to have been the first Jewish lawgiver, pride, place, dissemination of the alphabet from the Jewish via Phoenician to the Greek. So that's how it actually went down.
Law, yeah.
We also have that Eupolemus in his on the kings in Judea said that Moses was the first wise man went over again. So we have that. When we go down to the part.
So when you say wise men, you're saying from David and the wise men, right? The wise men that were with David, or?
Which means no, he was smart.
Oh, okay.
Wise man. Remember, it says that Moses was raising all the Egyptians' information, right? He was raising all the Egyptians' knowledge, and all that other stuff, right? So he knew all that stuff. So he knew. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I thought you meant like from the order, like how David sent up 3 wise men, like
David.
I mean, yeah. So like his how David had an order of wise men around him, right?
Oh, David had a wise man around here. David?
He didn't set that into play like before. I know it was like 500 years before, but
no wise man. He did set the priestly courses, but it wasn't no wise man that he had around. I'm going to read about David right now. Everybody want to get to this. I'm just pausing. You get anyone, this is good information. You guys can read through it again. Go back to the video. There's a lot of information. I want to get to the main parts. You know what I'm saying? Of the video. I'm just reading. You know what I'm saying? You can read through all that. Clement quotes, Eupolemus, but from a different source. You know what I'm saying? Different things. So I want to get down to this other long one. Here I get it. Alexander, who is surnamed Polyhistor, according to the treaties of the Jews. Some letters of Solomon, some of Perez, the king of Egypt, others to the king of Tyrenians in Phoenicia, and their letters to Solomon, in which it shows that Perez sent him 80,000 Egyptian men for the building of the temple, while others sent an equal number together with a Tyrian. Tyrian master builder of a Jewish mother. We're talking about that's who's that? With Jewish mother from the tribe of Dan, whose name was written there was Hyperion or Hyperon. Yeah, that the guy that's the
but we know him by another
first Mason.
We know him by another name, right? What's his name? Hiram Abiff.
Hiram. Yeah, that's who that is. He's an Israelite.
Okay.
Clement briefly refers to the information given by Alexander Polyhistor on Solomon's correspondence with the kings of Egypt and Tyre in regards to the building of the temple, but without mentioning Eupolemus. However, it clearly summarizes Eupolemus' long fragment on serious. Okay, I want to get to see, can we, is this it? Okay, here we go. Eupolemia says in something on the prophecy of Elias that Moses prophesied for 40 years. Then Jesus, son of Nay, that's talking about like Joshua.
Okay.
Right, they get the same name. And he for 30 years. And he was trying to keep the Israelites on point. That he lived 110 years. What is it about Joshua? That's confirmed that Joshua, and pitched the holy tabernacle in Silo, which is Shiloh. After these things, Samuel became prophet. Then, following the will of the Most High, Saul was chosen as king by Samuel. We got that. And having ruled for 21 years, he died. Right. Then David, his son, but accurately it's supposed to be David, his son-in-law. David was son-in-law to Saul. Right. That's actually what it was supposed to be said, but that was correct. It says held power. So David, who subdued the Syrians, right? Who lived near the Euphrates River, right? Camagreen, and the Assyrians, Galadine, and the Phoenicians, and he waged war against the Idumeans, Ammonites, Moabites, Erethians, Nabateans, Nebdians, and again he marched against Shuran, king of Tyre and Phoenicia, and he forced them to pay tribute to the Jews. See, David was laying all these kingdoms around Israel. He was laying them down, having to pay tribute. I'm gonna bow down. What David was doing to all of them. But he agreed on peace with Varius, which is king of Egypt, with the Egyptians. So they wanted peace, so David made peace with him. When David wanted to build a sanctuary to the Most High, he wanted God to point out to him a place that was worthy of the altar. And there an angel became visible to him standing above the palace. We have all this information in the Bible, where the altar of Jerusalem was situated, and ordered him not to build a sanctuary because he had defiled with human blood and had been at war for many years. His name was Dionysus, is what they called him. And he ordered him to entrust the building to his son, and that he should prepare the things pertaining to the construction: gold, silver, bronze, stone, cypress wood, cedar wood. Hearing this, David built ships in Elana, a city of Arabia, and sent miners to the island of Orphi, which is situated in the Red Sea and contains gold mines. And the miners transported the gold from there to Judea. And when David had been king for 40 years, he handed over the sovereignty to his son Solomon, who was 12 years old, in the presence of the high priest Eli, and up to 12 tribal leaders. And he gave him the gold, the silver, the bronze, the stone, the cypress wood, the cedar wood. And when he died, Solomon was king and wrote letters copied below to Varus, king of Egypt. King Solomon, the Varus, king of Egypt, friend of his father, greeting. Know that I have received the kingdom from my father through the greatest God, the Most High, who also ordered me to build a sanctuary to the God who had made heaven and earth, and at once to write to you to send me some of your people who will stay with me until everything is necessary will be finished. Insofar as he was ordered, the king Varus of the great Egypt, Solomon, greeting. As soon as I had read the letter from you, I rejoiced very much, and both I had all my power celebrated the magnificent day upon your inheriting the kingdom from a man who was good and approved of by a so great a God. As regard to those things you have written about me concerning the men who are with us, I have sent you 80,000. Their numbers and from where they are, I have made clear to you from the set Rothian district, 10,000, and from the Mandesian and from the Sabian and from the Sabinian from the Sabinian district, 20,000, and from the Bro Sidrian and from the Leon and Leon Topolian, and from the Atrebatian districts, 10,000 each. Give heed to the things which are needful to them, and other things, so that you will treat them well, and that they will return home when they are no longer here. King Solomon, to Sorian, king of Tyre, Zidon, and Phoenician, friends of his father, greetings. Know that I have received the kingdom from my father David, through the greatest God, who ordered me to build a sanctuary to the God who has made heaven and earth, and at once to write to you to send me of your people who will stay with us until that I required by God to finish. And so far as we have ordered me, I have also written unto Galilee, Samaria, and Moabites, Amathesis, to supply them example for people you would send with the necessities from the land. Every month, 10,000 cores of grain. A core is 6 artabe, and 10,000 cores of wine. A core of wine is 10 measures. Olive oil and other items. The supplies from Judea. Cattle slaughtered for the eating of flesh from Arabia. So Sharon, great King Solomon, greetings. Blessed is the God who made heaven and earth, who has chosen a good man, son of a good man. As soon as I heard and read your letter from you, I rejoiced very much, and I praise God for your succession to the kingdom as regards those things you have written unto me about concerning men who are with us. I have sent 80,000 Tyrians and Phoenicians. See, this is where the alphabet transferred. Right? This is around 1000 AD. This is when they claiming that it was the first one. We took it from them in 1000 AD, but this is showing you we already had it, and because of Solomon, who was ruling, because his father put all them nations around him down. It was all bound down to Israel. So when Solomon took over, he was the wisest man, and they had 80,000 of them over there staying with Solomon for a long time, building the temple. They learned what? The Hebrew alphabet. They took it back. To their country. 80,000 of them.
Now, isn't the Magi in there?
Who?
The Magi. What's the Magi?
They came a little later.
Okay.
Right?
Con.
But 80,000 of them is there in Israel, right? From Phoenicia, Tyrene, and all that other stuff, right? They taking the alphabet back to their people. The alphabet back. Right, because this is how it is. They're ruling.
Con.
So their language will be more dominant over there.
Con.
So you will take that back with your people.
Con. And every time you take it, it would twist a little bit and turn a little bit, and then you get different alphabets.
You get the Aramaic script, but it originally came from the Paleo script.
Con.
But they all got it from us.
Con.
Then the Greeks took it from the Phoenicians.
Con. And you can see evidence of that footprint being left behind.
Con,
yeah.
So 80,000 Tyrians in the vicinity, and I have sent to you a master builder. See, that's Hiram, right? A Tyrian man of a Jewish mother from the tribe of Dan, but he was also a Israelite. His father was from Naphtali. That on whosoever you will ask him of all the things under heaven and which are related to architecture, he will guide you in building about. So this is an Israelite. This guy already got skilled. But see, he moved over there. He went over there with the Tyrians. So we see already Israelite was moving out and
so,
other. Yes,
that's
sir.
Tyre and Zidon, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's northern Israel, right above. And in regards to the necessities and the slaves that I have sent you, you will do well to instruct them, the commanders in each region, so all necessities will be provided. And Solomon, in company of the friends of his father, passing through Mount Lebanon, among the Sidonians, Tyrenians, transported the wood which was cut by his father via the sea to Lupe, and from there on foot to Jerusalem. So they cut the wood down and brought it down to the sea and brought it more closer to bringing down the wood to Jerusalem, and started to build the sanctuary of the Most High when he was 13 years old. Solomon started with 13 years old to build the temple. And above mentioned nations did work, and the 12 tribes of the Jews supplied 160,000 men. We was all in the two as well, with all the necessities, one tribe each month, right? So he laid the foundation of the temple of the Most High, 60 cubits of land, 60 cubits of brick, and the brick of the building and its foundation was 20 cubits, because they did anything the prophet of God had ordered him, thus. And he built alternately a course of stone and a building of cypress wood, building of 2 courses with bronze, dovetails, joints, weight, talents, having thus built, he covered it from within with planks, covered it with cedar cypress wood. And the reason why I'm reading this is that when I read this, you be forgetting little details, and this thing be pointing the details out to you.
Because that's all in the Bible too. All that it's made with, and the gold and silver trimmings, and
so that the stone structure would not be visible. So that's talking about he building inside of the holies of holies, and he got in the temple on the inside, casting small golden bricks 5 cubits long, and fixed them into the wall by fastening them with silver nail heads to a talent of weight, like the brass and the shape. 4 in number, thus he covered it with gold from the ground to the ceiling, and he made the ceiling from the golden coffers, and he made the roof of bronze, from bronze roof tiles, melting from the bronze and casting it, and he made 2 bronze pillars. Those are the things in the front.
right.
And he covered them with genuine gold, not fake gold, real gold. The thickness of his finger. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. And the pillars were as high as the temple, and the width of each pillar was 10 cubits in the round. And he erected one on the right of the house, except the temple, and on his left. So one on the right and the left. Those are the two things that when the Babylonians came, at the top of those things, one of those things, they dropped. They dropped down. When they dropped down, there's this machine attached to the back of it, and then it let the Ark of the Covenant on the ground. When those things dropped, the Ark of the Covenant went down. Like when it dropped, sand started pouring out in one place, which weighs something that it tilt the Ark down. When those things are up, it tilts the Ark up.
Okay.
When things come down, it lets sand in, and the sand tilts the Ark, and the Ark comes down. And it stairs right there and walk down, grab the Ark, hit the Ark on the ground. And then after they're done, they hit it again, and it comes back up, and it looked like nothing was in there. Before the Babylonians came and took it, when they came in there, they didn't find no Ark of the Covenant, so they took it on the ground. This is a hydraulic system that he's explaining here that happened.
Wow, it's nice.
This is what he built. When he built it, I'm gonna give you the video to show you how it worked. This is what he did. But that kind of system, hydraulic information came from the Egyptians. They build their tube, and they have all these trap doors in their tube, and all that sand start pouring in, daggers start flying. All that information, because Solomon and King was cool.
You can see that's where it comes from.
Yeah, it's where it comes from. So yeah. That's why he asked him to bring some of your men over. And the man's like, yeah, you should make a hydraulic system for your thing. So you can hide it. I said, and he made the golden, and he made, they made 10 golden lampstands. See, that's the menorah. That's menorah. Each talent of weight, making an example of one place by Moses in the tabernacle of the testimony. So he's mimicking the tabernacle that Moses had in the wilderness. He placed them on either side of the sacred enclosure, some on the right, some on the left. And he made 70 golden lamps, so that 7 would burn on each lamp, because each one got 7, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he made this lampstand that he made to burn 7. So he's describing the menorah. And he built gates into the sanctuary and adorned them with gold and silver, and covered them with coffers, etc., and cypress wood. And he also made a portico towards the north side of the sanctuary, and supported with 48 bronze pillars, and a little bronze basin, 20 cubits length and 20 cubits width, and 5 cubits height. He made a brim for it outside around the basin, rising up 1 cubit for the priests. The priests can climb up to clean their feet and wash their hands. See, they got to be clean when they go inside that sanctuary. So he made, this is called a laver. It's like a basin with water in it. They can crawl up and they can do that. Clean themselves. This is more detail than we have in the scriptures. He didn't give you more details of what they had priests to do. So he also made a 12 pedestal of the basin and cast it mound and worked in relief of the man's height, so it was tall as a man, and placed them under the basin from behind, and the right under the basin from behind, and the right from the altar. So right next to the altar of burnt offering, and he also made a bronze platform of 2 cubits height opposite the basin, so that the king could stand upon it whenever he worshipped. So when we read about Solomon praying for the temple, this time there was a platform made just for him to stand on. That everyone can see him when he worshiped in order to be seen by the Jewish people. He also made an altar of 20 cubits by 20 cubits and 12 cubits height. And he also made 2 bronze rings, weight of chain fashioned, and placed them on devices which rose above the temple 20 cubits high, casting a shadow over the whole sanctuary. That's here to block it, you know what I'm saying, from some sunlight if it's too hot. Casting a shadow over the whole sanctuary, and he hung 400 bronze bells, weighing a talent of each lattice work. And he made the entire lattice work such that the bells would make noise and scare away birds, so that none would go and sit on the sanctuary, nor build a nest of coffers of gates, or that the porticos and defile the sanctuary with dung. You know how you have buildings where birds start doodle on the big. He made bells where the birds go on there, the bells will strut them away.
Right.
So the bird will doodling on the Most High's temple.
Right.
Those are little details that you don't read in the scriptures that was on there.
Wow.
But that's crazy. You don't think about it like, man, because you think, yeah, birds. No, at the Most High's temple.
Right.
No defilement on that temple. He doesn't allow no defilement, nothing. Human, no animal.
Right. Wow.
When I read, I was like, dude, I said, that make complete sense.
Complete sense.
It's great. Look how advanced they was back then in thinking about that kind of stuff, bro.
And you don't do none of that for fictional, allegorical. Oh man,
it's just how crazy it was back then. And think about it. You see these stores, and they finally get smart, start putting some spikes up there so the birds don't land on there. But before they make it, birds are doing all over their building and stuff messing with it.
Right.
This is like 1000 BC we here, and they already are that advanced. They knew how to ward the birds off so they don't do them in the building.
Right.
That's crazy, man. And he surrounded the city with Jerusalem with walls of towers and trenches. This is up to fortified and built a palace for himself. And God's dwelling place was first called the sanctuary of Solomon, but later corrupted. The city was named Jerusalem after the sanctuary, but by the Greeks it was surnamed Hierosaluma. So we come to the end of it now. When he had completed the sanctuary and fortified the city, he went to Shalom and made offering to the Most High God, 1,000 cattle, the whole burnt offerings, taking the tabernacle and the altar of the vessels which Moses had made, and carried them to Jerusalem. So we know it was in Shiloh. So we see what Solomon did. He took out the stuff that was in there, and he put it in his temple, and he took that tabernacle and he brought that into Jerusalem. Because the Babylon took that you up to that temple, up to that tabernacle in the wilderness. The last thing we know about it was in Shiloh. But now we're finding out what Solomon did with it, and placed them in the house of the Most High. And he also placed there the ark of golden. The ark was there, the golden altar, the lampstand, and the table, and other vessels as the prophet had ordered him. So we see when he built the temple, God was in prophet to say, no, put this in there. No, do that. No, do this. So we had man sending him to help guide him what makes him doing it correctly. Even though he had the plans, he had prophet to send him and tell him what to do, what to put in there, what not to put in there. As the prophet had ordered him, and he offered to the Most High a main sacrifice, 2,000 small cattle, 3,500 calves, and the total gold spent on 2 pillars, and the temple was 460 times 10,000. Example, 4,600,000 talents.
Dang.
That's like $5 million, maybe more than that. That's just on the 2 pillars.
Wow.
It says the silver for the nails and the other fixed assets, 1,232 talents, and the bronze for the columns or basins of the portico, 18,050 talents. Solomon dismissed both the Egyptians and the Phoenicians, each to their own home, having given each man 10 golden shekels. A shekel is a talent. And to Varus, the king of Egypt, he sent 10,000 measures of olive oil, 1,000 RTB of dates, 100 vessels of honey and spices, and to Sharon and Tyre, he sent the golden column. So he in the paganism, which he dedicated in Tyre in the sanctuary of Zeus. You see that? They still worshiping their God, even though Solomon is in rule and know about the God of Solomon, and the God of Solomon is the God. They never left their God. We bow down to you, you tribute and all that, but we ain't not leaving our God. They never left their God. They ain't converted over. You know what I'm saying?
And they said from Tyre, that's where Heron is from. So where Heron is from, that's the god, what, Zeus over there?
There's no Greeks around. They dealing with Zeus already. As to show you how these new kingdoms be adapting these older kingdoms, gods
into them.
Right. Sometimes changing the name or sometimes keeping the name.
Wow.
Sanctuary unto Zeus, followed by the fragments of Theophilus, F1, and another fragment from Euclideus. So we see that what they're doing, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I'm gonna scroll down real slow. You can pause the video to read what I'm having here, but I'm going to show you that. I just wanted to read to show you the elaborateness of the temple and how it was so intricately built. It covered all the bases and everything else. You go to the Bible and get the other part of it, but that's a lot of stuff right there to help prove. That proved what Moses did. He taught up the alphabet. He had an alphabet, called Moses a wise man. The Phoenicians got it from us, and then that was transferred to the Greeks. And we see proof of that today. So we can stop this nonsense about we got an alphabet from the Phoenicians. No, they got it from us.
And the Phoenicians are the Armenians, or who would they be to today?
They consider one a sect of Armenian, but
Armenian.
not quite the Armenian. They're different sect of them. You know, there was like a mixture of people there. I'm going out. So we have Jesus, son of Mary, his Moses' successor, which would be Joshua, son of Nun. They're showing me that here. We'll go down real slow. The surprising reference to David as son of Saul, right, has been coarsely raised in plenty of discussion. And in the 13th century, Scribian corrected the apparent error into son-in-law. You right here? They corrected the son-in-law. It's actually son-in-law when that was said. So we scroll down and show you. Go back over this video and watch this. I have to record this to show this information that has to be recorded and put down before the information is lost. You know what I'm saying? So everyone has had it, and you have all the sources also applied with it as well. Right? Go down. This one, go down. You can pause the video and then read everything that's here once it's uploaded. So it's gonna go slow, go down. Yeah, there's a lot of books in here that I have grabbed and looked up and try to find and buy. Some of them are expensive. Some of them are a little cheaper. But yeah, I'm gonna try to grab these books that in here, try to get more information about our history and different things. So we see people testifying of Moses. That was good. That's really Moses didn't exist. No, it's not. This guy's showing us that he did.
The first wise man, huh?
Right.
Of course he didn't exist.
We got dates yet still. Eupolimos in his similar treaty says that all the years from Adam up to the 5th year of the reign of Demetrius and the 20th of Ptolemy, who reigned over Egypt, when added up, are 5,149 years. And from the time of Moses, he led the Jews out of Egypt until the above mentioned fixed time, when added up, are 2,580 years. From that time until the Council of Rome, Gaius, Timotheus, and Asinius, 120 years are put together. So we see all of that here. He doesn't have time. He have timeline from Adam all the way down. the Ptolemy time. You can pause this later on and read this information. There's your sources here. We got Jews in the Hellenistic world. That's another source right there. Okay, tells you the page anything that is on. The history of the Jews, the Jewish people. Three. There's the 3 volumes. Volume 3. Page 519. So we have that showing you the different sources. Again, history of the Jewish people, volume 3. We also have heritage and Hellenism. This is where all this stuff is coming from, putting it all together into one. You also have the new logos software just came out. The logo software just came out, and even better because what you can do now, you can scan your books, and it's all going to be loaded up into your logo software. All your books you have in your house, you can scan it. The ISBN number, the thing in there. It's all going to be up in there. It has other books in there. It has other reference and different things to it. And all these books here, you probably can't find them. There would be logos have a database that will have all these stuff in there. I gotta just look it up.
It's like a library.
Yeah, logos actually is a library, but turning into a software where you can search different materials and sources and different things like that. Added with the Bible, so it's basically a library, but it has a lot of books. But it depends on what tier, if you silver, if you gold. You know what I'm saying? You have different things where you get more books, more library, the higher you go up. You know what I'm saying? But it also has monthly plans as well. You can pay. You get the best ones. So I suggest you looking into that. That might be something really good because the sources, man, the stuff that stuff can do. The guy was showing you what all it can do. It's remarkable what it can do. But that software that they updated to number 10. It's crazy what it can do. That's a lot. So again, I want to go through all of this right here. I'm just going to slow it. You guys can see it. You can go through it later on. The main stuff I wanted to get. I read through the temple and stuff. There's also good information here about Jeremiah. Jeremiah prophesied and told him that it was up there worshiping an idol, and he told him. In fact, let me read it real quick. It says, and Jonathan, which is Jehoiachin, in whose time the prophet Jeremiah prophesied, sent by God, he found the Jews sacrificing to a golden idol whose name was Baal. See what he was doing. He disclosed to them the ill luck that was to come. And Jonathan, which is Jehoiachin, tried to burn him alive, trying to kill Jeremiah. And he said that with these pieces of wood, they shall bake food for the Babylonians. And that they, taken captives, shall dig the channels of the Tigris and the Euphrates. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, who had heard the prophecies of Jeremiah, invited Ashtabeers, king of the Medes, to join him in the campaign, taking both Babylonians and Medes, and bringing together 180,000 infantry, 120,000 cavalry, and 10,000 chariots. He first overran Samaria in Galilee and Scythopolis, and the Jews living in Galatitis, and afterwards he took Jerusalem and made Jonathan or Jehoiachin, the king of the Jews, prisoner, picking out the gold that was what in the sanctuary, and the silver and the bronze we read about, and he sent to Babylon. It says, apart from the ark, you can get the ark, and the tablets that were in it. See, he didn't get the 10 Commandments or the ark. See, he went to the temple, but he couldn't find them because it went underground.
Oh yeah.
He took it. When looking there, he didn't find it. And he couldn't get the ark and stuff that was in it. It says Jeremiah kept that one. Jeremiah hid it. Followed by a citation from Josephus. So we see who hid the ark of the covenant with Jeremiah the prophet. He hurried up and hid it. So we have another source here saying it. Says everything in the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha in the Maccabees, the second Maccabees tells you that Jeremiah, the one that hid the ark of the covenant as well. There's another source of the same thing. We got two witnesses that say the same thing. That it was hid underground. And place specifically where about 500 or 600 years later, Christ would actually die and blood would actually fall in that ark of the covenant. So the Most High is working all of it out. So by the come to the close of this, by the end of the lesson, this one thing I had to just go through this information and show you.
That was good. That was
Document.
good. That was good. What source is this again?
Let me finish one. I'm gonna come back out. This is from a guy named Euphylemius, and you have other sources in there that came together with different things that added together. But this is basically him. All right, so that's the end of that right there. So we have that. Keeping that back out. This was from Durham Research Online. Euphylema says, so we have all of that here. Again, I was defending because Euphylema's on the contributions by Abraham and Moses. He's speaking about Abraham right here. See, I'm trying to find this guy's book, because his book, he speaks of Abraham being a historical person. They claim Abraham didn't exist. This guy speaks about him being an historical person. See? Yeah, so I'm trying to find this book right here. Let me click on this real quick while we have the screen share, see what it brings up. It talks about the contribution of Moses. The ethnic relations and migrations in the ancient world. Yeah, this is what this is. Ethnic relations and migrations in the ancient world. He talks about Moses.
He called him ethnic?
Ethnic.
Wow.
Relations and the migrations in the ancient world. So they know these people are people of color. Wow. He speaks about these things. So I'm gonna quickly just scroll down this already because he talks about this. You know, I had a chance to read through this, but I'm just showing you firsthand. He talks about Abraham introduction of astrology knowledge to the Phoenicians and Egyptians. Abraham was teaching them that. This is another witness saying it. Josephus saying it, and now you have this guy saying the same thing. Wow. Right? But this is fragments, sometimes attributed to Pseudo or Euphylemius, but this is saying that this is the same thing. So we have witnesses of this stuff saying it. Right? In the works of the Judeans, the city of Babylon in Assyria was first founded by those that escaped from the flood. See? Look at that. See that? Anyway, I'm going to scroll through.
Wow. Wow.
He talks about Abraham with Egypt, you know what I'm saying?
Wow. It takes your brain a second to process that. Wow.
He talks about right here, the king of Egypt tried to marry Abraham's wife. We see in the middle of so
Come.
Since Abraham said that she was my sister. See, all this stuff he had all this stuff recorded what the Bible said. All right, so that's what we have. We'll stop the sharing now. So we have all this, and we can go back and scroll and stop it. Okay.
Outstanding.
More than one witness, huh?
More than one witness. Scripture say, in the amount of 2 or 3 witnesses, all things be established. And we have at least 2 witnesses of these things here. Abraham taught the Egyptians.
That was good. That was good. That was good. That was really good.
I just wanted to record that so I have it on the video. So if I need it, I can just pull the video we did that day. I can go on that video and just pull the information up.
And his name is Euphylemius?
Yeah.
Got you.
I will start. Is there any questions? Any questions before we start? Before we get busy into the lesson about the renewal of the covenant. Any questions? All right, no questions? Yes, sir.
I had one about Moses.
So with Moses.
Why was his body hid when he was buried in mold?
So they don't dig him up and mess with his body.
He's a figurehead.
He's a figurehead. You don't want that.
Being disturbed.
They're trying to find Alexander too. You can't find Alexander's tomb. His tomb because they got people called grave robbers. Anybody in the ancient world that was of any prominence, they will rob their graves. They will dig them up. They're figuring you were buried with something valuable, right?
Gold.
Yeah, and they were buried with valuable stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So do we know that Alexander the Great, that he actually was like Esau? He was a wasted away was he? Because I seen a Resident Evil last night, and the Red Queen in there, her name, she has the wasting disease, and they call her the Red Queen. So I'm like, oh, these people know who they are. That's Edom, right? That's Edom. She's an Edomite, and I was like, yeah, they know who they are.
Hey, Alexander is Edomite.
Mhm.
He's Edomite. No if as a bucks about it. He's Edomite. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't the
But they're
great
trying to find it. They're trying to find his grave because it was you know, a lot of stuff in there.
Come.
But when they found Joseph graves, which was like in he was buried in a pyramid tomb, right? And you don't bury foreigners in pyramid tomb. That's only like for Egyptian. So he had to be a very high official for him to be buried. But he was a high official as a foreigner.
Come.
He was put in an Egyptian style tomb. When they went into the tomb, then they found no bones in there. So they like, wait a minute, that's crazy. He said, Ray Roberts don't take the bones. They take them. They don't take the bones. They take the gold.
Gold.
They said, but the bones was missing out of this tomb. So they saying this had to be Joseph because the text of that the Israelites took Joseph's bones out of Egypt and took it back to Israel and buried it in Egypt in Israel. They're saying this is Joseph. This make complete sense. He said we never found no tomb before where they take the bones and leave the other stuff back there. So they left the stuff back there. They left the statue. They left other stuff, but they took all the bones out.
But can you imagine how much those bones would be worth today if somebody?
That's what I'm saying. Right? But listen,
Oh, yeah.
I believe Esau found some of these things. You can take DNA from the bones.
Oh yeah.
And they know these people are black. They have their DNA and stuff in these bones. They don't find some bones of Israelites from back then and took the DNA because Israelites died in the wilderness. 40 years they was dying in there. You go to the wilderness, start digging up different things. You find some bones, take the DNA from the bone, and you know, okay, you can compare them to us, so-called African American, and they know it's us. They know we related. We them same people, same DNA, same everything. But they're lying all the information. Lying and stuff like that. Satanic people.
So Queen Elizabeth at least had access to that information.
Of course. They all know these things, but because she part of the elite. They gotta keep the lie going though. Because they come out and say, well, Israelites are black. All the ones in Israel is done. They're gonna say, well, y'all gotta move out because now they're gonna say, well, y'all got to move out the land because y'all fake. Y'all phony. Right?
For real.
Y'all gonna have to go. This is not y'all land. Y'all been saying for years that this is y'all land. Y'all was scattered abroad. We found out that y'all lying.
Calling everybody else anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic. Y'all anti-Semitic. Huh? They have these things, man. Any other questions? Did I answer the question?
Come.
Oh.
Yeah. Grave diggers.
Grave robbers, they call them. There's this million, especially for the tomb of the Egyptians, the pharaohs. They love to rob them because they have all that gold. You know, the Egyptians believe that they can take the gold with them to the afterlife. Yeah. So then Vera was like, man, it's perfect to rob them. So they was robbing them, but she trying to rob them. They have certain curses and stuff in there in the tomb and trap doors and different things. And all of them died trying to get in their tomb. They found a lot of dead bodies and people there lying around because they had certain darts and poison darts and stuff come at you trying to get in there. It wasn't dumb. They figured you're gonna try to come in there, so we got something for you. But some of them did get in there. After a lot of them died, but after because then all of the traps has been sprung. Dead people. So then the ones afterwards, they came afterwards and found dead bodies so they can get in. They been all of them died. They're no more trapped. You know what I'm saying? All the traps up here. Yeah.
Esau, you used to these caves. Go ahead. Discovery. Yeah. Go ahead.
A lot of them died, man, trying to get that stuff, man. So yeah, but then Esau got up and he's like, yeah, all the traps have been sprung and they're stealing everything, taking it. And listen, that's one of the reasons why he's so rich. This man got a lot of stuff that he don't rob from these tombs. So-called white man over the years, robbed these things, took these things from us, them different Egyptian and different black cultures, and that's how he got rich.
And now they're talking about these weather machines. Have you seen the weather lately? Italy again is underwater. I say,
What?
yes, man. 2 days ago, something rolled.
What you
through
mean
there.
Italy? You mean like all of Italy? You talking about?
No, a big portion of it though. Like in the middle of the street, the water is up to like the shoulders and stuff. Yeah, it's going down over there. I don't know why they keep getting hit like that back to back. Well, I do know, but they wicked over there. But
I mean, but I sorry, you do know that there's parts of Italy that is underground. Like there's like places like Venice. Like Venice is like known, like it's underground like city. Like they people with boats and stuff. Like they go down.
no, that was on the streets.
They just said parts of Italy is underground. Yeah, they have underground catacombs.
Oh yeah. I know that. No, that's not what I'm talking about. No,
Okay.
They getting flooded over there.
They
Crazy.
looking like Florida or something.
It's the same thing going on with Florida.
I don't talk something because I mean, when you look at it, all their buildings are right next to waterfronts.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm like, that's crazy. Be right at waterfront because that water rises, it's gonna flood everything. That rain in there. If enough rain in that river, it's gonna rise and flood y'all streets out and everything.
They act like they don't know that.
You know they dumb.
Even Saudi Arabia right now, they said in the desert, they got lakes going all through there. Like, rivers and lakes. And then the Euphrates is, I keep hearing that's dried up.
It's drying, right? It's drying up.
Like, what's going on?
Yeah, it's drying up.
Wow.
Yeah. The Bible says he's gonna dry it up before he comes and start to judging the Gentiles. He's gonna dry up the Euphrates, stuff like that in there.
Well, that's pretty much dry.
That time is nearing there. Their rulership is coming to an end. All praise to the Most High. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. They ruled long enough.
Oh
My
yeah.
God, they ruled long enough. How long has it been?
Man.
2,000 years. Goodness.
That's a heck of a run.
Heck of a run. Ain't no one ruled that long for 2,000 years.
Come on.
That's goodness.
10 of them queens ruling or something. Huh?
In a row.
All different Edomite nations. Oh, hold on, let me put my camera on. Hold on. Here we go. I didn't bring my headband. All right, no problem.
So them just losing power is already a lot of suffering for them.
Oh yeah, man. The North Side slowly ripping them, tearing them down, slowly but surely tearing them down. They're building, tearing down their structure, their government, and then of course tearing them down individually too as well. They dying like crazy. Trying to hide that information. They're losing the battle. All right, so let's get Exodus chapter 19. Starting at verse 1. So we're dealing with the renewal of the covenant, or the last renewal of the covenant. So we're going to start where it started from. We're going to go to the different renewals of the covenant, and then come to the last renewal of the Mashiach Yahushua. So Exodus chapter 19, starting at verse 1, and then we down to verse 6.
Exodus chapter 19 from the top. In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai.
Yeah, so we just, it's in the 3rd month. This is going on. This is nearing Pentecost. Right, go ahead.
For they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the desert of Sinai and had pitched in the wilderness, and their Israel camped before the mount.
So see what we reading here is what we're gonna go to that movie Tuesday night. The travel and see how they went to try to figure out where is Mount Sinai at. So these are the verses that they're gonna be pulling and reading from to trace their travels. Okay. We're gonna get part 1 of the movie this Tuesday, October 18th, 2022. All right, go ahead.
3. And Moses went up unto Most High, and the Lord called unto him out of the mountains, saying, thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel.
So he said, this is what you're gonna tell the house of Jacob, the children of Israel. So the movie is called the Journey to Mount Sinai. It's part 1 and part 2. All right, so part 2 is coming out next year, 2023. He says around in the spring, sometime in March, April, we're gonna bring out the next one, the part 2 to the movie. All right, so this is what he told him to tell the Egyptians. I mean,
Let me I just want to ask. So even though I'm not going to the movie, but so would this movie be covering like after they parted the Red Sea, then go into the rest of the journey? Is that what they're covering?
Con.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
4. Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bear you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself.
Go ahead.
Now, therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine.
Right. So if you obey my voice, those 10 commandments is spoken. You have to obey the 10 commandments. You should obey my voice and keep my covenant. So that the thing the Most High spoke out of his mouth is the covenant, the 10 commandments, the contract, right? Then he says, then you shall be a peculiar treasure, right? A segula, something that's precious. That's the only way that we become different from these nations and become something precious when we doing the 10 commandments. Other than that, you just like that.
Set yourself apart.
It's the only way. That's the reason why they don't want you to do that. That they're against the Most High. That they don't want you to be a peculiar treasure unto the Most High. See, if you're a peculiar treasure unto the Most High, it's gonna be a problem for them when it comes to try to mess with you. God gonna jack them up. Big time.
All praises. All
They
praises.
gonna catch it. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
No weapon, no weapon shall prosper.
God says because the Most High said, all earth is mine. It's all belong to me. We ain't talking about y'all guys talking some nonsense. God, all of it belong to me.
Come on.
All right, go ahead.
6. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel.
I want to be clear. That's who we saying to speak it to the children of Israel, not to everybody, not to the mixed multitude. Because we understand it was a mixed people with Israel. This was not for them. People trying to lie and say it was a mixed people with Israel, so they are included in the covenant. This text specifically says, this is the word you shall speak unto who?
The children of Israel.
It should say the children of Israel and the mixed multitude. It doesn't say that.
Right.
It stops right at Israel.
And then it says holy nation too, set apart nation.
A nation of priests and a holy nation. This is not speaking again of the mixed multitude. People try to include them in because they these non-Israelite lovers over their own people. They try to add them in. The text don't add them in. This is the problem we have with them. You don't add into the word of God. You're violating Torah when you're adding stuff like that to the word. It doesn't say that. Don't add to it. Stick to what it says. So we have that. From there, let's go to the book of Exodus 24. Exodus 24, verse 1 through 8.
Adding to the text.
Adding to they love to add these nations. They love they get salvation like us and all this other stuff when the book don't say that. They are mad really at the Most High God because God made a choice. God chose the nation of Israel and they upset about that. They don't like that at all because they know what that means. I mean, Israel is going to rule the entire earth forever.
But it's in righteousness. How could they not want that? They think it's gonna be like what
They don't want to be
did
servants.
They so used to ruling.
They don't want to serve. Yeah, because even especially now after all they done did to us,
Con.
you know, so-called white people are afraid that at some point we're gonna take vengeance on their offspring once we get in power. They're afraid of that. And this is the reason why they keep trying to keep us down, because they know at some point we're gonna take vengeance for all what they've done to us. Because that's what happens when the next nation get in power. When what you done to them and they rise up, they now take vengeance on you. And they literally what they want to do is go wipe you out. All they done to us, they figure, you know what, they're gonna kill all of us out. We ain't no one left. Yes, sir.
Esau admit that they should be wiped out. A lot of them. The younger ones, they like, yeah, we did y'all wrong.
Yeah. But they are afraid of it as a whole.
Con.
They see what happened to us in the streets and all that stuff. They figure, man, if they ever get in power, man, we done. They gonna do us the worst that we do. And that's what they're afraid of. All right, we got the Exodus 24.
Con. What verse?
Start on verse 1.
Con. Exodus chapter 24 from the top. And he said unto Moses, come up unto the Lord, thou and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship ye afar off.
So we see the 7 in there again, right? Christ had 72 as well. With the 12. So these are some of the heads of the people. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him.
So only Moses came near the Lord because you only have one mediator. He's the only one that can come that close. They gotta keep a distance. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words which the Lord hath said will we do.
Now they're agreeing to the contract. Right? We will do it. What he told us, we're gonna do that. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord.
How can Moses write that if he doesn't have an alphabet? What does he write? What is he using to write it with? Ooh. So he had an alphabet. Was a wise man, he wrote it. All the words of the Lord. Go ahead.
And rose up early in the morning and builded an altar under the hill and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel.
You see that Moses rose up early in the morning. Moses didn't get up at 12.
Good job, Moses.
Moses was up early. Right? 5 a.m., 6 a.m., up already. And in the business. Up early. That means if you up early, that means what?
Get stuff done.
You went to go sleep early. You wasn't up till 2 a.m. in the morning.
Calm.
You was up till 5 a.m. in the morning. You ain't gonna be able to get up early if you up that late.
Hey, look,
Go ahead, brother.
And look, this early in the morning, man, doesn't have to be 5 or 6, man. It could be earlier than that.
Come.
Sound
I'm just saying it wasn't up late. You know what I'm saying? People trying to like stay up late and get up early. No, I got those. You can't stay up late and get up early. Two don't match.
Sound like daybreak. He was up already.
Oh yeah, early. Yeah, yeah. Went to bed at a good time and got to just like get up early.
I think we had a grandma like that. She only sleep certain hours, but certain times. Dad used to always tell her she'd always be up. Like, wake up, y'all still asleep.
My grandma used to get up early, man. My mom used to get up early way before. One time we get up, we smelling fresh bread being baked. They got up early, don't knead the bread and all that, and start baking. By the time you get up, you know, just what you smelling. They up early. Read about the virtuous woman. She's up early doing her thing, cooking everything ready for her house also and for the servants too. You know what I'm saying? You sit around, you're like, man, dude, this woman is on point, bro. She up early, got fresh bread, you know, when she cooking, man, you want to come serve her, right? Like, man, we eating good, you know, right?
Fresh pancakes.
Fresh pancakes, everything ready to go. They ain't getting up at noon, you know what I'm saying?
I do feel better waking up in the morning when I'm moving than rather.
Yeah. Like you said, you get more done, right? You get more done. You get up at noon, next thing you know, the day's over. You know what I'm saying? You make one move and the sun is down.
That ain't no good.
It ain't
at
no
all.
good, it doesn't work. You know, slept most of the day away, man. You gotta get up early, get the job done.
Hey, especially if you live in like a place like Alaska.
Oh man.
one half a move, man, it's gonna be dark.
That's good.
Oh, yeah,
6
yeah.
months.
Yeah.
Dark.
Yeah, that's the wrong place you wanna live. You know what I'm saying? All right, go ahead.
Verse 5. And he sent young men of the children of Israel.
Wait, did you finish 4? Go ahead, read 4 again.
Okay. Verse 4. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord and rose up early in the morning and built an altar under the hill and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel.
You see that? He didn't build 13 pillars, one for the mixed multitude, 12 for the 12 tribes. Again, they was there with us, but he didn't build nothing for them. Stop trying to include them. 12 pillars for the 12 tribes of Israel. He didn't build an extra one.
For even like either for the stranger or the proselyte either.
Come. He built nothing for them. Where is it?
Now, can it be just assumed that they were in with the children of Israel, the 12 tribes?
How?
No.
I mean, it doesn't specifically have to say that they had their own gate, does it?
Why not? I mean, we know that there was a partition made for them at the temple, called the court of the Gentiles, right? I was there. How come ain't nothing here mentioned about it?
Then they got their own gods still.
This is a mixed multitude. You know, we know that God ain't never mixing.
No, not that though.
So they're not considered to be Israelites according to God. That's in the book of Ezra, tells you that. You try to lie and say Israel is the one that tell them to separate their wives and children. No, God told them that. The original text says God told Israel to do that. That's what he said. The Masoretes changed it to Adonai. They took God's name out of there and they changed it to Adonai, to Lord. But originally, the Masoretes tell you, yes, God's name was there. God told Ezra to do that. Yeah, he did.
Separating sister Adam.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so if God told him to separate the woman and the child, that means the mixed child
Had to go.
Mixed child is an Israelite. Your parents have to be both Israelites, father and mother, to be considered an Israelite according to the Most High God. And we knew about Moses' children because officiated the temple until hundreds of years later when they cleared their line up.
And Abraham's being firstborn was born of a bondwoman, so yeah,
Had to cast him out, got rid of him,
Wilderness.
send him out to the wilderness. Yeah, but God still blessed him because he was Abraham's son. Like I said, they're gonna get blessed, but they're not incorporated with Israel. They're not incorporated with what we're gonna get. They keep trying to incorporate them into what we're gonna get our salvation. No, you're not getting our salvation.
They'll be in the kingdom, but they won't be in salvation.
No. All right, go ahead.
Verse 5. And he sent young men of the children of Israel, which offered burnt offerings and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto the Lord.
See, this is before the Levites became the priests. The Levites are not priests yet. So who are these people here offering stuff to the Lord? These children, these men that Moses had sent. These were the firstborn. The firstborn were considered priests of the family. This is who he sent. This is originally the Most High wanted, right? See, that's why the scriptures say that the Lord told Pharaoh, says, listen, says, Israel is my firstborn. What does he say when he say that?
Israel is the only family I know.
Israel is my priest. He is the priest. This nation is the nation of priests. This is my firstborn. The firstborn gets 2 blessings, right?
Double blessings.
Double blessing. He get the what?
Kingdom.
The kingdom.
And then a priest.
And the priesthood. This way he said when he telling Pharaoh, Israel's my firstborn is what he's saying.
So Esau turned both of those down then, huh?
Of course. Yep.
And some.
Slick Esau.
Esau turned both of them down. It says he despised his birthright. He hated his birthright.
He despised the double blessing
But you know why he despised it?
because it was unprofitable.
Because he didn't know what it was.
He didn't know what it was.
He didn't take time to go find out what it was. But who did?
Jacob.
Jacob did.
So the double blessing is what again?
The priesthood
And the kingdom.
and the kingship.
Kingship.
Oh, the priesthood and the kingship. Okay, got it.
Huh.
Got it.
Yep. But we see in Israel it was because of Reuben, the firstborn, who broke it. It
Yeah.
was split.
God.
The kingship went to Judah, and the priesthood originally, the priesthood had transferred to Joseph first, but then they lost it, and it eventually kind of went to Levi,
Okay. Yeah.
right? He eventually rejected it. It was split. The kingship went to Judah, and Ephraim, Joseph, or Ephraim and Manasseh was supposed to have getting the priesthood. Right? Everything started off with the firstborn son of every family would be considered the priest of the family. Right? Because what Israel did in the wilderness, the Lord turned that, and that's when he made Levi the priest.
Priesthood.
Because Levi, the only one that stood with the Most High in the wilderness, dealing with that calf.
So they wasn't taking their earrings off and giving it to
No.
Aaron for him to make the calf in the wilderness.
And they didn't eat no quail neither in the wilderness.
No, Levi's the only one Levi was the only tribe that was not in servitude in Egypt. They didn't serve in Egypt. They didn't fall for the trick.
Working for free and then
Yeah,
trapping.
they knew according to the book of Joshua, it said that Levi knew that was a trick. It was tricking. They made Israel go work. Then first they paid him and paid him and paid him and paid him. Then slowly they stopped paying him. The Egyptians were working with them too. Then the Egyptians stopped coming to work. And when the Israel started going to work, the Israelites was saying, wait a minute, where are these Egyptians at? Egyptians slowly stopped going to work. Because it was both of them going to work, Egyptians and Israelites. But then only Israel started working. And then he slowly stopped paying them.
They're like, "Damn, they sure is short on staff today. It don't
Right.
matter, just work, go to work."
You know what I'm saying? But they see them, they locked into this routine about working and getting paid, paid in no money, and the Pharaoh stop paying them and tell them, hey man, you guys are foreigners in our land, you guys could be doing this anyway, and he tricked them into it.
Wow. He probably first started like, okay, I'll pay you guys tomorrow. Okay, I'll pay you next week. Okay, I'll pay you every 2 weeks.
Right.
I'll pay you guys once a
Yeah,
month.
but see that happened eventually over because Jacob's sons died.
Wow.
See, if they wasn't there, they couldn't do that to them.
Calm.
See, when Joseph died, and then Jacob's sons, they were rough and rugged, dude.
Calm.
Right? They wasn't going for that. But after every last one of them died, then they started to put that nonsense on the tribes. Then for Levi was smart. Levi like, we ain't touching that nonsense. We ain't going up over there. We ain't starting doing that.
Would you say Levi was smarter than the rest of the 12
Of
tribes?
course.
Yeah, that sounds like the priest.
Because they was telling them too, like, man, y'all being tricked.
Because Levi means join to the Lord.
Calm. Okay.
They went to that trick.
Calm. Join on to the calm.
That's how they became the priests. But again, we just read Exodus 19 where the Lord offered a priesthood to the entire nation.
Calm.
A nation of priests. When just Levi. We see here Moses sent men who offered something to the Lord. He had to be the firstborn priest. Right.
Calm.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 6. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar.
Go ahead.
And he took the book of the covenant and read into the audience of the people, and they said, all that the Lord hath said, we will do.
So when he read it, they understood what he was reading. Show you that it was literate again. You can understand what he was saying. He wrote it. He took the book, or it would be the tablet of stone, and he read off of it.
Or scroll.
Yeah. I won't say a scroll, it was stone,
Tablet.
stone form, right?
Okay.
This is more kind of you're edging out of the Stone Age, right? Because the oldest is the Stone Age. Then for me going into the Bronze Age. Then you got a middle Bronze Age or middle Bronze Age. All kind of ridiculous timelines, bro. You do all kind of ridiculous timelines, bro. You got Stone Age 1, Stone Age this, and you got Bronze, middle Bronze, second Bronze Age, then you got to the Iron Age. You know what I'm saying?
Bronze.
But this is edging out of the Stone Age coming into the Bronze. Because the time we get to Joshua is now into the Bronze Age, right? So you start to see a whole bunch of them. The dominant middle at the time would be bronze. So they kind of like calling these time frame based on the dominant building material they would use, right? So further we use Stone Age. We start building with stone, right? The Tower of Babel, stone, right? Brick, mortar, stone, right? Stone Age. That's how he started making it. But we know that the people was way advanced. They use all kind of stuff. So he read it to them, and the people agreed. And he read to the audience, and then the people agreed they're gonna do everything again. They are agreeing to the covenant once again. All right, go ahead.
And be obedient. And Moses took the blood and sprinkled it on the people.
So remember, he had two blood basins, right? So one is sprinkled on the book, and one is sprinkled on the altar, right? So he had two basins, right? That's verse 6. And Moses took half the blood and put it in basins, right? And the other half of the blood is sprinkled on the altar. So the blood that he put in basins, in little basins, he took that and he was sprinkling it on the people.
Now a basin is like a bowl or
like a bowl.
Okay.
Like a bowl. A basin is a bowl. Right? Again, it'll probably be some kind of stone bowl, right? Made out of stone. And so he sprinkled it on the people. Go ahead.
And said, behold, the blood of the covenant which the Lord hath made with you concerning all these words.
So the people now they're under a blood covenant. This is a blood covenant that they're now under. The offending party that violates the blood covenant, they become under a death penalty.
So what is definition of a blood covenant?
What's the what?
Definition of a blood covenant.
Definition of blood covenant is kind of like is blood in, blood out. The only way out of this covenant is to die. It's permanent.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't necessarily mean bloodline. It just means like, okay.
No, it's the blood covenant specifies the only way out of it is death.
Okay, gotcha.
Be offended because something died for the covenant to be made.
So in other words, it's a lifetime contract.
Definitely.
Okay, gotcha.
Death before dishonor.
Right. It's a marriage contract. Because marriage is permanent. This is a blood covenant, but it's also a marriage contract.
That's actually more accurate. Yeah, that's actually what it is. Yeah, definitely.
With the nation of Israel. Again, he was not marrying a mixed multitude. I gotta keep specifying because they keep adding people in there.
I'm gonna laugh every time you say that.
Both sides not marrying mixed people. I want to be clear. Just be clear, right? You want 100% Israelite. What he's doing? He's sending forth us an example of us to follow. We should be want to deal with 100% of our women who's 100% so-called black.
So this would actually include. If they're saying that, this wouldn't include Moses' children, right?
Say this wouldn't?
Wouldn't, right?
No, of course not. They didn't fish in the temple, they mixed. They couldn't go, Moses go in the temple, you don't really know where Moses' children ever went in the temple with him. Never. But you do read Aaron going in with his sons, right? Aaron and his sons went up in there all the time. As a matter of fact, 2 of his sons died in there doing the wrong thing. But you don't never read Moses' son going in. Moses will never go in with his son. Not one time. I'm reading, I'm like, man, where is his sons at this time? You hear nothing about them to Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. They're just not there.
Yeah, you would think you would think his sons would be at the top. You know what I'm saying? Like you believe that by him and his sons would be the leaders of it, not Aaron and his sons.
Their father, the leader of the nation. We're like, wait, my father, how are you not visible? Your father leads the nation.
Right.
You a priest. How come you're not in the temple? You ain't going to the temple.
But he was protecting them. He was using wisdom, understood what
Oh, the Most High told him, your son can't come to my temple.
con,
Son is the son is the manager.
con,
You want to defile my sanctuary. Nothing can go into defile the Most High sanctuary. You mix, you can't go in. But they had their own separate tents. Where? Outside the
the
congregation,
courts, outside the courts, con.
outside the populace of Israel. Like the mixed people, they had their own tents and stationed outside the populace of Israel. They were outside.
A little section of Mexico in the cut.
Yeah, it couldn't mingle with the people like that.
Hmm.
So the mixed multitude of people, where did they go? They were separated from the people that call leprosy.
It was separated like that. Lepers are separated out from the people because they are clean.
It's similar though, huh? Because a mixed multitude being
It's similar with the separating.
They're unclean too.
They're unclean,
They're
yeah.
all unclean.
Yeah, but the difference with the mixed multitude people, they can marry back into the blood and they clean their blood up and get back into the full blooded Israelites.
Con.
The leper, he has to get cleansed. Leprosy is not a disease. I want to be clear again. You saw me lying like there's some big old boils on your skin. It's a lie. Leprosy is a skin condition. A lack of pigmentation is uncleanness.
Caused by
Causes
sin.
uncleanness.
Caused by sinning, right?
Huh?
Caused by sinning.
Come. A judgment for sinning.
Con. Con.
Yeah. So,
Wow.
hey, brother, it's not a good thing to not have pigmentation. Man.
Man.
You just want to lie to you, make it sound like it's all good thing. No, it is not.
Con.
Yeah, it is.
It's a bad thing to not have skin color. It's another reason why he hates us. Because he know what you have. He know how valuable your melanin is. You don't know how valuable it is. He does.
Hmm.
And because you don't know, you take it for granted.
Hmm.
That's why he want a skin tan.
That's why you have movie like Get Out.
Hmm.
He try to eat black people and take their good skin and all kind of crap. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants to be there because
And just for a simple fact, like, we take around like none of us even need to use sunblock.
Nope. Don't need it.
And that's like giving up your birthright almost, not having melanin.
That's like Jeffrey Dahmer was so thirsting on blacks.
He's a cannibal. For years, like the brother X-Clan said, he said for years you calling us an animal. He says, but in Milwaukee, there's your cannibal. Check it. Wow. We animal, but y'all eating people, right? You're right. That's it. You're right. No, y'all the animal. Y'all the cannibal. Eating people. You can't show anywhere black people are eating people nowhere. Where is that? We don't eat people.
Wow. I second that.
Then they don't have no melanin. Then they like their food undone.
Yeah. When I say black people, I'm talking about Israelites. We don't eat people. The only way Israelites were eating people was when there was a siege against them in the Bible, when they had exactly no food. I mean, no animal, no fruit, no vegetable, absolutely nothing. And again, that's because they were sinning. That catches them. But we ain't just like we have all this food all over the place and we just go around eating people like Jeff Dahmer. He have all the store's packed with food. People still eating people, you know what I'm saying? How nonsense is that?
Picnic.
He wasn't eating people because he's trying to survive. You know what I'm saying? That's not what he was doing.
So there is an incident where Israel ate people.
Well, the women were eating their children.
Women
Women were eating their children. You know what I'm saying? Because of the siege of days that they were in.
Yeah, I heard somebody like wanted to make that like more of a issue than it really was, like calling those people cannibals without even understanding the accounts they was going through.
I mean, listen, anybody in the situation did the same thing. They act like they different. Shut the hell up, bro. You had no food at all. You had your little son there. Yeah, we know what you're gonna do. You gonna act like you're not. Yeah, right. We had a real life situation. Remember the plane that crashed up in the Alps?
Oh yeah.
People was eating each other off that plane. And dead people, they were eating dead people because they were gonna die. They had no food.
And they were saying, I heard a story where they were saying with Hurricane Katrina, when they were all stuck in that that silver dome, or whatever that dome is, whatever they had or whatever. They said people were eating people in there. That's what I heard.
Yeah. I'm saying we have real life, we have real life white people like crashing that plane up there. There was a movie made about it too.
No, yeah, I seen that.
Yeah.
And they had to drink the urine just to.
All kind of the skeleton stuff they had to do when you trying to survive and live. When the hunger jump on you, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't eat pork, you now become a pork eater. If that's all that's there for you to eat, you're gonna eat that.
Mhm.
Hunger ain't no joke, bro, because hunger it's off to feed on yourself.
Mhm.
Con.
You can feel that.
The illusion set in.
Man, all kind of stuff said it. That pain is something else, bro. That pain is a
Yes.
pain. That's a pain that you don't want to feel that kind of thing.
That's another thing. That's another thing for us to be thankful, man, for us not even be going through no type of hunger like that.
Huh.
Con.
Con.
All right, let's get our next verse in Exodus 32. Exodus 32, verse 27 and 28. I'm sorry, Exodus 34. Exodus 34. Exodus 34th chapter. We're going to get verse 27 and 28.
Exodus chapter 34. Sorry, verse 27 reads, and the Lord said unto Moses, write thou these words, for after the tenor of these words I have made a covenant with thee and with Israel.
Tenor is something spoken or written. When you hear the word tenor, something spoken or written. We know in this instance it's something that's written. After the written of this record, I have made a covenant. It says with again is Israel, not the mixed multitude. Let me say that here, right? So tenor of these words. Go ahead.
28. And he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water, and he wrote upon the table the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments.
Yeah, then we have the covenant. The words of the covenant is the what? The 10 commandments. The blood covenant and the marriage contract is all based on the 10 commandments. What God spoke out of his mouth. It's imperative to keep the 10 commandments. Imperative. There's no ifs, ands, buts around it. Has to be done. Has to be done.
He did a 40-day and 40-night fast right here too.
He did a 40-day and 40 nights fast because he was where?
In the mountain of the Most High.
With who?
The Most High.
That tells you what?
Don't eat. Don't be.
When you in the presence of the Most High, what happens?
You don't have no food.
You don't need.
You don't
You don't need that.
Okay.
You don't need that.
Come on.
That all stops. That hunger stops. Why? Why does that stop?
Because you're in a spiritual plane. Is that what it means?
But you're getting spiritual food.
Spiritual food too, as well. Yeah. Okay.
You're getting spiritual food. The
Absolutely.
stronger your spirit is, or more fed your spirit is, it will sustain your flesh. You can fast longer. You can fast longer if your spirit is completely fed and full. Christ did it. We know
40
he was-
days and 40 nights.
Christ did it right after what? Right after he got the Holy Spirit came upon him, he immediately went to the wilderness and fasted 40 days. The Spirit came upon him and made him strong. He can go that long without eating.
So Moses already has the Holy Spirit right here. Moses already has the Holy Spirit.
It doesn't specifically say. I don't remember it saying he has the Holy Spirit. I would say he does.
Come on, I would say he does too. In 40 days and 40
He's in the
nights.
presence of the Lord.
Well, at least we know that he like while he was there, he was under the Holy Spirit while he was there. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And I would say that he does.
Come on.
But it just shows you being in the presence of just imagine when the Mashiach I will try come back. When we in his presence, how we gonna be? Out. All right, from there, let's get so we have the covenant, 10 commandments. We're gonna come to Isaiah. We're gonna come back to Joshua. So that's Isaiah 24 and 5. Book of Isaiah, 24th chapter. We're gonna get verse 5. Then we're gonna come back to Joshua 24, starting at verse 1. Hey, I don't know, Tanya, man. Thank you for the incense, bro. But these are not Frank and Murray. These are power, bro.
Oh, I know. I know. They are frankincense and myrrh. She just calls it power.
He just called it power.
Yeah, yeah. That's the name that she calls it. The person, my neighbor. That's what she calls it. That's her name for it. But it's actually frankincense and myrrh.
Oh no, I gotta check my Frank and Murray oil. Maybe get a plastic bag. It's a little different. Yeah, it's missing the liquid, man. You just need
You said missing the what?
the liquid.
Oh, the liquid. Oh.
Yeah, those things you look dipped in the liquid smell when you smell it out. It's strong. You gotta pour the liquid in the bag, and he dips the incense in them. He leaves it in there and gives you in the bag. And you go home, man, and you light it. It's still strong smell, very strong. You keep smelling liquid and they dip it in. Or we got that.
Yeah, I bought it from various different people. Like, okay, I bought it from various different people, but it's like one of the stronger ones that I've came across though, like people on the streets though.
I ain't glad we used to because no, it's good. It's all good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got that.
Come.
All right, go ahead.
Well, you said Isaiah chapter 24. What verse?
5.
Oh, and verse 5. Isaiah chapter 24 and verse 5. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof.
See, the earth, because why?
Adam.
The earth is defiled. Why? Because they're eating the things that cleans the earth. Said, what's defiled? The earth is defiled. Thing that cleans the earth is Edomites, and these people are eating it. So these things that clean the earth are not no longer there because they're eating it. Now the earth becomes defiled. It says under the inhabitants thereof.
But but also would cover. It also would cover like their acts too, right?
That too.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That too. All right, go ahead.
Because they have transgressed the law.
They have transgressed the what?
The laws.
They have transgressed the laws. 10 commandments, dietary law, all the different laws, the different things. They have transgressed the laws. Go ahead.
Change the ordinance.
See, they changed the ordinance on things are something that's in order. The way things was handed down, where things are supposed to go. There's a certain set way things are supposed to operate. They've changed it. The Most High say don't eat those things, don't do these things. They've changed the ordinance, how the Most High set it up. Changed the ordinance. Go ahead.
And broke the everlasting covenant.
It broke the everlasting covenant. The 10 commandments. They've broken the everlasting covenants. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Therefore hath the curse devoured the earth, and they that dwell therein are desolate. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth are burned, and few men left.
Yeah. This is what happened. A lot of people, many people is dying like crazy all over the place. This is just retribution for what the inhabitants of the earth is doing. You just mentioned about how Italy is flooded. The earth is trying to get rid of these people. So y'all got to go. Y'all is defiled. Y'all is disgusting. You drown y'all up out of here. Get y'all up out of here. Try to clean this place up. So they talk. I came in to establish the covenant is an everlasting covenant. It's in a temporary covenant. You cannot do away with it. It's everlasting. You don't do with everlasting. Nothing. Why you can do with everlasting is covenant is to go ahead and renew it. Let's get to the first renewal here in let's get Joshua chapter 24. Joshua 24 chapter is the first, but so we have it was established with Moses in the wilderness. And when the 40 years in the wilderness, all the people that disobeyed died, come out the wilderness. And now we see Joshua here. He's going to now renew the covenant with the nation of Israel. because you have one. This is a new generation of people. Those disobedient, and Most High cleared them out the way. So now what you happen there, you get to a point where you have to now you renew the covenant again. So Joshua 24, starting at verse 1.
Did you say Joshua chapter 4, verse 1?
24, verse 1.
Oh, okay.
Joshua chapter 24 from the top. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem and called for the elders of Israel and for the heads and for their judges and for their officers, and they presented themselves before Most High.
The same thing happened in Exodus 24. We talked about the elders, 70 elders, Adab, Nabahu, and they all come before the Most High. They start that covenant again. Right? Go ahead.
2. And Joshua said unto all the people, thus said the Lord Most High of Israel, your fathers dwell on the other side of the flood in old times, even Terah, the father of Abraham, and the fathers of Nachor, and they serve other gods.
Right. So the other side of the flood is talking about the river, right? We're talking about the river, the Euphrates. They dwelt on the other side of the Euphrates, right, in Mesopotamia, and on the other side, they served idols, right? They served idols. The father Abraham, Terah, and Nachor, right? This is another Nachor is another son of Terah.
So he would
He's
be
the one that died.
Abraham's brother.
Abraham's brother. He died. He died and left two children. He left Sarai and he left Lot. He died because he messing with idols. Abraham's father too. Serving idols. This is all documented in the book of Joshua. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood and led him throughout all the land of Canaan and multiplied his seeds and gave him Isaac.
That's the issue. See, when you took it from the other side of the flood, I mean the other side of the Euphrates, right, in Mesopotamia, and he led him to the land of who? Canaan. So this guy was the Kamon when he came to the land of Israel is in today called Africa. This verse right here will be refuted because he went from Mesopotamia to Canaan. He crossed one river, the Euphrates. If it was in Africa, you have to cross the Euphrates, right? You have to cross the Red Sea, or at least got to cross the Nile. Come into the Nile, the river of Egypt. You have to at least cross two rivers before you reach into the land of Israel, the land of Canaan. If Canaan, the land of Israel, is actually in Africa or south of Egypt, because you say that when Abraham was in Egypt, Abraham went south, went down. He didn't go east like the land came from. He went south.
So the Nile River, they crossing that river with all them crocodiles and hippos in there.
I'm saying if you're gonna go south, right? Because if Abraham came from Mesopotamia, we said this way, you got to first cross the Euphrates. You have to have it. The Euphrates ain't no little small water.
Right.
The Nile is huge.
Oh, I seen it. This is
It's huge.
big.
Then you got to come all the way down and cross. If you're gonna go, you have to cross the Nile at some point too as well.
That's huge too.
And that's huge too. You got to cross that the way you say Israel is, you have to cross that river. You got to cross two rivers. Abraham had crossed two rivers. They say he crossed one. Crossed the Euphrates. So again, when you come on, I got a question for him. You have to reconcile this verse right here.
Okay.
That says that. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
4. And I gave unto Isaac, Jacob, and Esau, and I gave unto Esau Mount
Mount Seir.
Mount Seir,
Caves. Go ahead.
to possess it, but Jacob and his children went down unto Egypt.
Right, he gave him Mount Seir cave because Esau didn't have pigmentation. The Most High knew that you need to live in caves because the sun is gonna kill you. That's why I made you hairy to help block the sun. It's enough time for you to go out there and get some food and go back into your cave. You're not meant to supposed to be out like that. You're supposed to be in cave. That's why I gave him Mount Seir.
So that means he was supposed to be the belt on the earth because he can't come out and do nothing without catching cancer, falling out. So he going, if y'all messing up, I'm gonna send y'all to crash dummy. Fuck it up. So he know he weak in the knees.
Yeah, look at them. They all hairy. Cause they doing something to get rid of that hair.
Blind.
Yeah, because if they walk around like in their true habitat and then be so hairy, people will know, oh man, y'all some animals.
Gillette.
Y'all the animals. Y'all a Sasquatch in the caveman. That's how they would look. Listen, they get that hairy. If they let it grow, they will literally get that hairy.
Yeah.
They constantly
Werewolf.
shaving and plucking hair all the time.
Yeah, they got body sculptures now.
They gotta do all that. They constantly doing it because the hair is growing like crazy.
They call it manscaping.
It grew back so fast. It's crazy. They plug it in and come right back real quick. That's just how it is. So if you see someone that's hairy, because they got Edomite blood in it. If they hairy, it's a show of Edomite blood. It's some Edomite blood somewhere in it. You get that hairy. This brother, he had hair up to his fingernail.
Dang.
And you got Edomite blood in it. A lot of it.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of blood. And he got
Yeah, he wasn't a dark skin brother. He was like one of those like light skinned brothers. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know. I couldn't. I was wondering why he kept bucking up against the Bible all the time. Like bro, he's supposed to be trying to roll with the text. I'm talking about the Most High saving us and not the white man. Like he wasn't trying to hear all that. I'm like, look at this brother here. Like, what's wrong with him? When I saw his hands, I said, oh yeah, I see. I said, nah, man. The Most High showed me, look at his hands. He missing it. All I hear is his fingernails. I'm like, yep. He was actually shaving it with the shaver.
Gillette.
That's why I caught him because I never seen that man shaving their finger, right? Because I know you might shave way up here, so I'm like, he was all that by his fingernail shaving it down. That's why I caught my eyes. I'm looking like, I look closer. I'm like, wow.
You saw for real.
Should have got him some Nair. Nair present.
Now we was locked up. We was in jail. This was in jail. We was in Medium North.
Oh, wow.
We was up in Medium North, in the wayside side of the Medium North. Yeah, this is back in the 90s. Now look, I like just came to the truth. I was just in maybe I wasn't going to class. I was just with the brothers and I started studying for myself. But I was still in the world. I had one foot in the truth, one foot in the world. I was still in the world doing dirt, bro. Most are like, man, I'm gonna put you in jail, man. You ain't trying to listen. you ain't trying to listen. You trying to one foot. And most are like, no, that's not gonna work. You gonna pick a side.
Oh, lukewarm.
You gonna pick a side. I'm have to lock you up and show you that no. You should have left that word and came into my word all the way. But when I was in there, I was like, whatever. I was, I was still Israel up in there. I was still pushing the Bible and taught what I learned from the brothers and stuff on Venice Beach. I was still doing my thing up in there, bro. It didn't stop. But I knew that once I come out, all that dirt gotta stop.
Gotta pick a side. Yeah, you gotta pick a side now.
You know what I'm saying? That's gotta stop. Because I'm like, this ain't no place for me. I'm like, this is not a place for me. This ain't a place for me. I don't belong here. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
I don't belong here. I can see I don't belong here. I see other people like, yeah, y'all, you belong in here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't for
This
me.
your home.
Right. Hey, some dudes like it in there.
Oh, okay. Nah, he corrected you right away.
Oh, yeah.
No. Let me
No,
show
the way he corrected me, it was him.
Nah.
The way they called me was like, usually that never happens.
Come
That never happens. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but one thing I learned when you talked about this before, you used your time wisely. You was up in there reading, huh?
Oh, bro, always. I was just really antagonist over Israel. had all the tribes up in there with who they was and all that. I had all up in it because I'm like, when I leave this particular room, we'll come in, we'll see this, we're gonna start learning who the heck they are. So I leave all the Israel stuff up on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere I went, I was writing all the tribes and stuff out and all that. And people kept saying, man, everywhere I go, I see this thing on the wall, man. That was you. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, all over the world. I had all over the downtown up in there, all over wherever I went to, I had all up in the cells, bro.
Wow.
Tagging it up, you know what I'm saying?
Giving it up.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's good being there, but that is a good place for them to know.
Yeah, so they can see. So when they come out, they can say, man, when I was in jail, I was seeing this stuff on the walls, man. So now they're a little bit familiar with it when they hear some stuff like, man, yeah, I've seen that. You know, help converse some brothers, you know what I'm saying?
I might have to put a pictorial up in there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Remember when I was passing through here on the bus, on the train, seeing a bunch of the purple shirts out there. Purple and gold, but that was on Crenshaw. It's at Crenshaw Exposition. You know, they looked dead at my fringes after that.
Yeah, man. So I'm saying that my testimony to you, brothers, man. Make a decision, man. He's gonna be the world, because the most I'm gonna be like, listen, I'm not to put you in, I'm not to lock you up. You don't want that. Right? Listen, I was locked up, right? I was up in there for like 3, almost 4 months fighting. You know how they got you back and forth, fighting a case. You know what I'm saying? They had nothing on me. They had suspicion. They want me to take a plea. I'm like, taking no piss. Y'all don't have nothing. You don't have nothing on me, right? They pulled me over in a car. I got the keys to the car. I said, how did I steal a car with the keys? Explain that. You can't explain it. I said, well, I knew y'all let me go. You have to prove that I stole the car, and you have to prove that I have the keys. How did I get the keys? There's no forced entry into the car. I didn't break in the car. But I got the keys to the car. The most you have on me is joyriding. You don't have Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
You're talking me Grand Theft Auto.
Wow.
But I'm like, what you have on me is joyride. Joyride is a misdemeanor, right? I'm gonna be on the streets already. You talking about? I see me here fighting this now. What you talking about? I know what it is.
Yeah.
So I won't take a no plea.
Come.
I take a no plea at all.
Yeah, Hashitan was trying to rub you out right there.
No, but I'm still, again, I'm in there. I'm still on this. Man, I'm trying to get out of it. You know, I'm gonna be wiser with my little stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I saw where I made a mistake at. So I'm still thinking I'm gonna be better at my dirt. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh yeah, all right.
Excuse me.
That's what I got to do. That's what I got to do with you. So I go to court and they said, listen, we're gonna release you today. Yeah, so yeah, you said time served. So you take this plea right here, and it's time served because you've been here 4 months. I mean, the plea, the charge, the equation of time you have served, they can give you time served, and you're gonna get released. Well, that's what they told me. That's the snakes, devils, man, lying to you. I'm like, man, I've been here longer than 4 months, man. I'm in there. Well, I'm in there fighting. You know what I'm saying? This guy claimed that I stole something from this guy's bunk. I'm in there laying down on my bed, and you know the black rep tapped me and said, "Yo, man, you gotta come on down here. You're ready to fight." I'm like, "Fight who?" He said they claiming that you stole some Mexican stuff, and they want to fade with you. The guy want to fade with you for. I'm just chilling on my bed, trying to relax. I had to jump down, put my shoe on with no lacing, because you know lacing in your shoes back there. You know what I'm saying? I had to get down. I had to go fight this dude. Man, they're fighting. I'm like, man, this ain't no place for me. I said, dude, where's the proof at? I said, you believe him? He said, this is the rules in here. If he accusing you of stealing and stuff, and you want to get you, this is the rules in here. You have to go chuck him up. It's as simple as that. So I'm in there chucking up with this Mexican food up in there, man.
But they found him later or something?
What?
Whatever was stolen, or?
I don't know, man. I'm fighting with this dude, beat this dude up, man. The sheriff came in there and rolled me up out the door. Roll me about the door and go to the next door.
Wow.
Because they say, well, because you have a stigma on you that you're a thief, and the rest of the people in here don't want you in here. They want to be no doing with no thief. I said, look, I said, where's the proof I stole something? He said it's not that. He said when they think you're a thief, that's just what that stigma on you. He said that it could be dangerous for you. Someone might try to do you something. So we have to roll you up out of here So I could roll my mattress on my bunk and had to roll out. And
He's
go
like,
to
I
bed.
ain't coming back
I
here.
felt like I said, this is not for me, bro. This is just not for me. You know what I'm
Even
saying? I
though-
can't be going through this stuff with the students up in here.
Even though this is all worse than my situation in here, it's all good for me
Yeah.
not to go back. I'm learning the
But
lesson.
listen, I've seen some stuff in there that I've seen Mexican beat up Mexican. This Mexican guy come up in there, and like I don't know what he did or said. Like about 30 of them jump on this one dude. I mean, they knocked the first hit. He was out when the first hit him. Bah, you can see it. His eyes were just shut. He was gone. They stomped him. I'm like, dude, they gonna kill him. And the black guy like, dude, you just look. You don't do nothing. You just watch. I'm watching them like, I'm like, dude, they gonna like, I'm gonna witness like a murder right in front of my face. About to kill this dude.
Wow.
They have no remorse, bro. And I'm like, if they did that to their own people, what they gonna do to you? So I begin to see like this ain't no place for me. Bro. I can't be looking at stuff like that, bro. This ain't no place for me to be up in here, man. I was like, you know what, man? I ain't saying no place for me, bro. Please. I said, I'm not taking no more risks out there. It just ain't worth taking a chance to come back in here to go through this nonsense, bro. This ain't for me. This is not for me. I'm better than this, you know what I'm saying? So but anyway, they gave me the deal, but I was served 4 months after that. They gave me a release date 4 months later though. I'm like, you damn crooks,
Oh wow.
you damn devil. I thought it said time served. They said, yeah, you got time served, but we giving you a release date 4 months out. I said, how you guys can do that? How is it time served and give me a release date 4 months out? I said, how the hell you gotta do that? So they did. Listen, I'm in jail, released. I'm in jail, released.
Yeah, come on.
Court case done. I'm released, but I have a court date 4 months in the future. So I'm sitting in it for 4 months, just sitting in it for 4 months. When my case is done, they're like, man, how come you ain't getting out? I said, man, they gave me a release date 4 months. They said, dude, oh man, they said, dude, they effed you bad, bro. I said, yeah, man, I slept in it for 4 more months.
Dead time.
I seen people come and go. It's just like that up in there. The devil did. Yeah,
You
man.
know what? But that was meant for a reason though, just to do 4 months of dead time. And you had the keys.
Yeah, man. But it's because I didn't know that they were giving me a release date 4 months out. They didn't divulge that part. The judge thought, because when the judge said, do you agree to these terms? So I'm saying, yeah, because whatever she told me, I'm thinking after all the terms. She left out the part about the 4 months. The judge kind of felt like, well, they told you the 4 month release, you probably agree to that too. So when he said, do you agree to all that? I said, yeah, I agree to all that. Because I would have said no. I'd be like, the 4 month part, no. I'm not
Flim
doing that.
flam.
Yeah, flam. It was the Edomite. She flam.
And they're double jeopardy.
Yeah, she flam. What's so crazy about it? When I got out, guess who I saw?
No.
Yes.
Her?
Yes. I could have killed her if I wanted to. I caught her by herself. Downtown. I was downtown doing some stuff down there and I saw her.
Wow.
And they say, see, you can go get her. Revenge. You can go get her. I gotta eat that one right there. I can't do that.
Good.
If I murder her, now I'm really gonna be back in there. I was like, man, no, I can't go back in there. But I'm sure it shows you that when you do people wrong, you're gonna get caught slipping. They can get their revenge. And that's happened to a lot of people. When you wrong someone, you don't even know that they catch you slipping. And some of the time they take vengeance and they kill you.
And that's the reason why the vengeance of the Lord happen like that frequently.
Not only that, the black rep that didn't stand up for me, talking about how I got stole something. He didn't stand up for me at all. Guess who I saw when I got out? Him too. He was scared. He thought I was gonna kill him. Because he didn't stand up for me up in jail. I had the Mexicans jump up on me. I had to fight for my damn my life up in there with this Mexican dude. You know what I'm saying? End up getting rolled up and getting rolled up out of the door, man. He didn't say nothing about it. He didn't even try to fight for me to stay in and try to vouch me at all. You know what I'm saying? He jumped about and said I was a thief and all that stuff too. When I got out, saw him too. Could have did him wrong. Could have killed him. And did nothing. You could see how scared he was when he saw me. He looked at his face was like, I know I'm dead. That's how he looked at me. He looked at me like, well, I know you about to kill me right now. I know, okay, because I know I did was wrong in jail, and you called me up in there now. Because he know usually that's how it works in the hood, right?
You can't turn the other cheek at something. You know I didn't do it.
You know how that
In
goes.
here laying down, not knowing what's going
Especially
on.
for this other race. You know,
Yeah.
we already funking with like,
You the black rip like, nah, brother, you got to come show me some proof he stole it. You can't be come accusations that he stole something. Where's the proof he stole it? You got to come bring the proof where he stole it. That's how we run up. We ain't doing that. But that's my story, man. That's why I ain't going up in there. I'm like, I think swallow that. So I just swallow all of it. They left, swallow all of it. Swallow all of it. That.
Oh, praise.
I'd take it.
Oh, praise.
But I knew it then. You know what?
I'm done.
Crime gotta stop. All that gotta stop. All that gotta done. Yeah, man.
but through the testimony, could you feel it like this is the Lord showing you?
Oh, definitely.
You can feel it.
Yeah. And also saying I'm feeling to kill that woman and that guy, that's safe. You know what I mean? He wanted to see where I'm at. Say, watch, I want to see him do something to that woman or to that guy. He wanted to see me. He didn't say, yeah, see, he ain't changed. He wicked. He killed that woman and he killed that guy. Because I was bitter about it, bro. I was bitter how she did me, bro. I was hot.
Of course. That's railroad, like.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It is what it was, man. I'm gonna say that too is to say that there's certain things happen to you. You have to swallow. You can't do nothing about it. You have to just take it. It can be easy to take it. You know, take it. Because if you do something, it's gonna be worse. Okay.
Con.
All right, let's get back to Joshua. Where was that?
6 verse.
Come, we was in thing 5.
Con. Joshua chapter 24, verse 5. I sent Moses also and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt according to that which I did amongst them, and afterwards I brought you out.
Go ahead.
6, and I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and ye came unto the sea, and the Egyptians pursued after your fathers with chariots and horsemen unto the Red Sea.
Go ahead.
Sabah. And when they cried unto the Lord, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea upon them and covered them. And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt, and ye dwell in the wilderness a long season.
Yeah, 40 years. So these one here, they was young when this happened. You know, when they was young, right? They were like 20 and below, like 19, 18. So they seen that, they remember. But now they're in their 40s. You know what I'm saying? They now they're in their 40s. So you saw what I did to them. You were young, but you saw now your parents was about 40 and up to 60. Men of war and them, I played them out. They was just rebellious.
Wipe out.
Fight them out in the wilderness. Your eyes have seen it. So now you of age.
Living testimony.
Go ahead.
8. And I brought you into the land of Amorites, which dwell on the other side Jordan, and they fought with you, and I gave them unto your hands, that ye might possess their land, and I destroyed them from before you.
Go ahead.
Then Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and warned against Israel, and sent and called Balaam, the son of Beor, to curse you.
Go ahead.
10. But I would not hearken unto Balaam, therefore he bless you still. So I delivered you out of his hands.
Right, so but Balaam is trying to see me talking about cursing somebody, it all gotta go through the Most High. He wanted to curse the Most High. He wanted to curse Israel. You gotta go to the Most High. So I'm not cursing this. I didn't hearken on him. Says I hearken on him, so therefore what he did, said he ended up blessing you. And so I delivered you out of his hand. He kept trying to curse Israel. There is no enchantment against Israel. Nothing against Israel breaking the law because it's a commandment. Then spells and stuff don't work on that. Trust me, they've tried it. You didn't try to put spells on us. They have. They have tried to put spells on us, bro. Don't work. All right, go ahead.
Come 11. And ye went over Jordan to come unto Jericho, and the men of Jericho fought against you, the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Girgashites and the Hivites and the Josebites, and I delivered them unto your hands.
Go ahead.
And I sent the hornet before you, which drave them out from before you, even the 2 kings of the Amorites, but not with thy sword, nor with thy bow.
So we see how the Lord was driving them out. The Lord was just driving his people out slowly by surely, because we try to say that it was you with your sword. No, I sent the hornet, and the hornet was driving them out, biting them,
Stinging them.
plaguing them.
Them like them little wasp bees.
Big.
Yeah, these were no little small wasps, them big ones.
Something scared person.
Yeah. Stuff that's going to driving them out. They don't want to acknowledge this about our creator. Another reason why I don't like it.
And the hornets bite and sting.
Yeah.
And they have strong jaws.
Most I don't want them guys been there. He drove them up out of there.
So Egypt would be barking. What was they? Why were they like more hard headed than Israel?
Yeah, but they're not the most high. So that's different.
So he drove them out.
Shalom, huh?
Hey, shalom.
Hey, shalom, brother. Shabbat shalom, brother. We're in Exodus 24. Exodus 24. No, I'm sorry, we in Joshua 24. Right? We in Joshua 24. Joshua the 24th chapter, and now we're in verse 13. Is where we at. Joshua 24, verse 13. Go ahead, brother.
Joshua verse 24, Joshua chapter 24, verse 13. And I have given you a land for which
a land
for which ye did not labor, the cities which ye built not, and ye dwell in them, of the vineyard and olive yard which ye planted not, do ye eat.
So they came into a many-raid city and vineyards that they didn't plant. It was already full of stuff. So when the Hornets driving them out, they left their cities and everything was just still there. Vineyards, everything was still there. Just walked into something that was already ready-made for them already, right? Hooking them up. Go ahead.
14. Now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth.
See that? You gotta serve the Lord in sincerity and in truth. A lot of people out here just phony, bro. Again, you're not fooling the God. God knows if you're sincere or not. You trying to, you have brothers and sisters, they think they're really fool. It's crazy. Do you think you fooling God? Like, for real? You serious? You think God don't know you phony?
That's true.
Stop it, man.
That's like hiding your hands behind your back. You got the cookie in your hand. You don't want to show your
Yeah,
parents.
you can't hide from God. Like,
The
again,
cookie crumbs on your shoes.
you can't be phony with God. God knows if you phony or not, man. Like, come on, man. The people out here still trying to do it. They still trying to do it, man. So you have to serve God in sincerity and in truth. You can't be going around lying, saying you serve God. You're not serving God when you're lying. That's the truth. Go ahead.
And put away the gods which your father served on the other side of the flood and Egypt, and serve ye the Lord.
See that? So they were still serving idols in Egypt. I'm telling them right here. Put away them and statues which your father served on the other side of the flood. The flood is the Euphrates, the other side of the Euphrates River. It says, and in Egypt, Israel was still had some idols with them in Egypt. Book of Joshua tells you, once I was still plaguing them in Egypt for stuff they were doing. Still plaguing them. It says, and serve the Most High your house. Go ahead.
15. And if it seems evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom ye will serve, whether the God which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the God of the Amorites in whose land ye dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
Yeah, make a decision. What you gonna do? You gonna serve your father's idol? You're gonna serve the idol of the land that you're in. Joshua saying, listen, man, for me and my house, we serving the Most High God, our house, well, me and my house. That's what we're doing. What you gonna do? You tell them to choose. Again, it's part of him going through the renewal of the covenant. The covenant was made with Abraham. Right. And Abraham gone. I mean, not Abraham, Moses. Moses made the covenant. Same thing here again, tell them choose. They said they're gonna serve the Lord. So now Joshua was renewing the covenant with them. He gave them the history. And what you gonna serve? That's what the Most High did for you and all that other stuff. So we gonna serve. I know you still have some idols among you still. That stuff go. People be still holding on to little things, bro. Still holding on to little things. The Most I like let all of it go. Again, like my testimony, I have to let all that word and stuff go. Right? I hook up on the clothes and different things and weed and all that gotta go. Let all of it go. All the connections, all the stuff that I could have done, let all of it go and go get a job.
Come. That's right.
I go ahead.
Come, 16. And the people answered and said, God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods.
Go ahead.
For the Lord our God, he it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, and which did those great signs in our sight, and preserve us in all the ways wherein we went, and amongst all the people thought whom was past.
Go ahead.
18. And the Lord drave out from before us all the people, even the Amorites, which dwell in the land. Therefore will we also serve the Lord, for he is our God.
So this is the testimony they're going to serve the Most High. Go ahead.
In 19. And Joshua said unto the people, ye cannot serve the Lord, for he is an holy God. He is a jealous God, he is not forgiving your transgressions nor your sins.
Right, so the most like you gotta be holy like him. You can serve because right now you got still holding on to stuff. You're not separating yourself. So the Most High is jealous. And he's not going to forgive your transgressions of your sins. Go ahead.
20. If ye forsake the Lord and serve strange gods, then he will turn and do you hurt and consume you after that he have done you good.
So we have that. That's what happened. The Most High did us good and we turned around and then now he's doing us hurt. Doing us harm. Because we turned and went off the strange God idol. Go ahead.
21. And the people said unto Joshua, nay, but we will serve the Lord.
Go ahead.
22. And Joshua said unto the people, ye are witnesses against yourselves that ye have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they said, we are witnesses.
Yep, we are witnesses. We said it. Witnesses against themselves. What are you gonna do?
That's smart, bright.
Go ahead.
23. Now therefore put away, said he, the strange gods which are amongst you, and incline your hearts unto the Lord God of Israel.
Right. So those things are among you is a distraction. They're distracting you from focusing and locking in. Get rid of those things and focus. Get focused. Incline your heart unto the Lord God of Israel. Go ahead.
Verse 24. And the people said unto Joshua, the Lord our God will serve, we serve, and his voice will we obey.
Yes, they said they're gonna serve him and obey his voice, the 10 Commandments, which we know. Eventually they didn't.
Lip service.
Go ahead.
25. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day and set them in statute and ordinance and Shechem.
Shechem or Shechem, either one.
Shechem.
Yeah, so it says, and Joshua made, the word made there is the Hebrew word karaf, means to cut. He cut a covenant. It's the same thing that Abraham did. Moses. Same thing Moses did when he killed the animal and did with the blood. Right? To make a covenant, you have to have blood. He said, cut the animal piece and sprinkle the blood. So you made a covenant. So you cut a covenant. When you talk about anytime you hear made a covenant, it's always cut. You cut a covenant. You kill the animal, you take the blood, you sprinkle it on the people, and on the contract. Now you have a blood covenant. So now he's renewing the covenant again. So we saw with Moses, it was the blood again. And this is what Joshua is doing the same thing again, right? You cut a covenant. And this time he did it then he says here again, and he gave them the what? The statute and ordinances, like Moses did. We iterated the law again to them again. So he's renewing the covenant here. Go ahead.
Cut 26. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God.
Just like Moses did, he wrote it again. In the book again would be like a scroll, or again, this is be down in the Bronze Age, like whatever, some bronze tablet or something. And then that's why they found some bronze tablet right now with the curse, they call it curse tablets, which match the Bible. It says, curse you shall be cursed by the Most High God Yahweh. They found these tablets right here. So there is no more question if Joshua existed. We have found the tablets, so we know Joshua existed. We stop lying about that. Right. So my next step is that I'm now studying to get proficient in me debating the Exodus. I got to get my timeline, everything down correctly. All when, what, who, when, how, and why, all of that down. But that's the crux of the argument now. The crux of the argument now is all believers have to be able to defend their belief. If they can defend and argue the Exodus accurately and prove it, everything else goes out the window. Because that's where they're attacking us at. Because if you can eliminate the Exodus, you're eliminating Moses. I mean, we never was in Egypt. There was no Red Sea crossing. There was no Hebrew alphabet. There's no 10 Commandments. There's none of that. They're erasing our core of our history. If you can argue the core history and get that established, then everything else from that point, we have proof for, right? That's the issue that they're harping on, because they said this is where the least amount of evidence they claim is. So let's go ahead and attack them there. They tried Christ, and that fell apart because of all the evidence of Christ now. Writers outside Israel, non-Israelite writers testifying of Christ. So that argument is dead in academia. No one in the right mind academia argues that what Christ was actually existed. Only someone who's unlearned would say something like that now. But back in the 1800s, there was, I mean, he never existed. He wasn't even a real person. He wasn't even historical. People who said it before, I hear them all say now, he's historical. They would say straight up, they would not say, I cannot say no more, he's not historical. All of them start saying the same thing. I can't say that no more, he's an historical. They all have to admit Christ is historical. They have to all admit that Hezekiah is historical. Now they arguing David, and then now they can't say no more. David is historical now. We found it right in the house of David. Kill that now. So now they go further back. Okay, well, you have nothing with Joshua and Moses. So now we got Joshua. Joshua is historical. What now? With Moses ain't Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, they not. Now I just read stuff about Abraham and stuff we brought out earlier. So now I'm like, when you guys gonna stop? You guys was at Christ, then you had to admit Hezekiah, then you talking about David, and you have to admit David is his name, then you went to Joshua, now we have Joshua. Don't you see the pattern that's happening here with you guys? There's a pattern here that can be getting established. You don't see it, you losing the battle. If what you're saying is true, you should be able to prove Christ existed at all. Hezekiah, David, or Joshua. Slowly coming out, slowly coming out. I think that's where it's getting to a point where it's gonna come to a climax. Because now we have all the proof is out, what they're gonna say now. What's the excuse now? Yes, sir.
So what does that do to your faith? I mean, because like if we don't have some strong parts of the Bible, well, that part, isn't that like saying, well, that's where my faith come in at to because we know that these people exist.
Well, that sounds like blind faith, right?
But doesn't our spirit tell us that these things resonate with us? So it's telling us, man.
Yeah, but you know, people need to get some kind of evidence. If these things literally went down, then she should put records of it, right?
But I mean,
shouldn't they?
I mean, history, so the victors tell the story, right? And if they don't want the story to be told,
yeah, but that doesn't mean that the proof isn't there.
True.
So again, I thought of this before. Lack of is it proof is how
lack of information or lack of knowledge?
No. Okay. Is lack of evidence of lack of evidence of not proof, is it proof, is that proof that something don't exist? If you don't have the proof right now, lack of proof, is that proof, is lack of evidence, is that evidence of that it doesn't exist? This was the theory that they was going on. But you don't have no proof. So without no proof, that's proof that you don't, that's true.
We have faith if this evidence hasn't been revealed.
Yeah,
yet.
but they don't understand nothing like that.
Yeah, faith is
That's
different.
not nothing tangible. That's to them, that's mysticism. You're dealing with mysticism at this point.
And the coldest part about it, they guys can't talk, see, walk, eat, nothing. So I'd be broken down with a hammer.
Right, I forgot how that phrase. I think is it lack of evidence? Is evidence of lack? I forgot how to phrase, but it's something along those lines, you know. But that's not proof that there is no
I think
evidence.
it's absence of evidence.
Absence of evidence, right? It's absence of evidence. It's absence of evidence. Evidence of absence.
See, yeah.
Yeah, it's absence of evidence. It's evidence of absence. That was their theory. Yeah, well, if we don't have no evidence, then it must not be true. That's how it was moving.
Then how did we get anywhere with this book? Because we've been going off of faith all this time, pretty much.
Yeah, until archaeology started to prove what the book was saying. Because for you, they're saying the book is man-made, made up, and all that. But then archaeology started to prove, no, this book is correct. It's on point. It's accurate. Everything he's saying is correct. That killed that theory. That killed that now. It also, the Talmuds also killed the theory that because they're saying that the Bible was written by a different author. They had a J author, a B author, and a C author. And then at some point, in the Babylonian age, they came together, a redactor, brought it all together.
Wow.
But now with the curse tablets, what you have together is a J and a C author, and they're supposed to live 1,000 years apart. But yet we see both letters apart on one tablet. That killed that nonsense right then and there. That it was all one author.
So probably JC who was the author.
Moses.
Oh,
You're
okay.
trying to say Moses in the author. They said when Moses written, it was one wasn't one author, it was one person wrote it at this time, one person wrote it at that time, one person wrote it at that time. And then they all try to put together and say we have the Torah, 5 books. But the Bible been saying one man wrote them 5 books. Moses. Now we have more proof coming up. That argument is dead. All right, let's go back to Joshua. So we read verse 26 again.
Joshua.
24, verse 6, verse 26.
Joshua chapter 24, verse 6.
26.
I mean, verse 26, and it reads. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God and took a great stone and set it up there under an oak that was by the sanctuary of the Lord.
Sanctuary of the Lord is in Shiloh. So they actually found this stone. They found this stone that Joshua laid up in there. He laid up a big stone there under this oak. All right, go ahead.
27. And Joshua said unto all the people, behold, these stones shall be a witness unto us, for it have heard all the words of the Lord, which he spake unto us. It shall be therefore a witness unto you, lest ye deny your God. Deny your God.
Right. So this stone is going to be a witness, meaning a testimony, meaning on the stone, he wrote something on the stone. Obviously, he wrote on the stone the 10 Commandments. He wrote on the stone the 10 Commandments, because that's what they said it was gonna keep, right? He wrote on the stone. So this stone is going to be accurately a testimony, because it's written on it. It says, unto us. It says, for it have heard. Heard is Shema. Shema means to tell. The stone is going to tell, because what's written on the stone is going to tell what's happened. It's going to tell. The stone is going to tell all the words what? of the Lord. What are the words of the Lord?
The Ten
The Ten Commandments. The stone is telling the words of the Ten Commandments. So he wrote on this stone the Ten Commandments. They found the stone, but all the writings on the Ten Commandments, these Gentiles knocked it off. They chiseled it off. This guy found it and said, man, this has to be the stone that Joshua laid here. Said this it's in the exact same place the Bible said it would be. It's still here. It's a huge stone. They figured instead of moving it out of the place it was, they just knock off the testimony that's on it. See, these people, they are deliberately trying to hide the evidence. Because they have found a lot of stuff that the Bible says is true, and they are hiding the evidence. So if this was to ever come out, it would be finished. So they hide a lot of the evidence. This guy said this is the stone. And he can see that there was writing on the stone. There was writing on the stone. So you can see the chisel marks and stuff in the way they were knocking the stuff off. Trying to hide the information. And it's just, the book tells us right here what it is. The word of the Lord was on it. So which he says, which he had spake unto us, and it shall be there as a witness, a testimony unto you, lest you should deny your God. That stone put up there is a testimony that you say you're going to keep this commandment. That's why Joshua placed it there. All right, go ahead.
Verse 28. So Joshua let the people depart, every man unto his inheritance.
Go ahead.
29. And it came to pass these things
After
these things, that Joshua the son of Nun, the serpent of the Lord, died, being 110 years old.
You read that earlier in that testimony from Epolimius, that he died 110. So this is after Joshua, he was still trying to fight and get more land for Israel to conquer. But again, Joshua in his lifetime, he could not conquer the entire land and separate. So there was still much land left to be conquered when Joshua died. So the tribe to go conquer the rest of the land on their own without having a leader. Right? Go ahead.
30. And they buried him in the border of his inheritance in Timnah Serah, which is in Mount Ephraim on the north side of the hill of Gaash.
Yeah. So again, two robbers who were trying to find this man's grave and try to rob it. Trying to find these people, all these great men, and trying to find their tomb. You have two robbers who studied the Bible trying to find what these things were to try to rob these tombs. Tell you.
That's cool. I mean, because it's expected, but it's so disrespectful.
Yes. People don't, they don't care about the dead, bro, or the grave. They will dig you up if it's coming money, man. You please. Disrespect your gravesite, all of that. They don't care.
Sell your bones to the dogs.
Everything, yeah.
And there's tradable artifacts too. So they
right.
Oh man.
See, back then they buried you with different things. You just didn't just get, like you see these be lying to you, people be burying these big gold rings on their head. People in the mortuary strip all that stuff off.
Yeah.
Strip all that stuff off, probably put some fake gold on the dead person's head. They're gonna bury real gold. They're taking all that.
Even gold teeth.
Yeah, you replace it with some fake stuff, like some lookalike, some gold-plated stuff. They don't care. They gonna take the real stuff.
That's real.
Yeah, man, they don't care about your loved one. Please, don't strip the loved one down, bro.
Hoping to see him next to strip.
You think you're gonna bury your loved one with no jewelry? You going crazy? They're gonna take that. They're gonna put some true Zirconian on them. People there, they don't keep God's commandments. They don't care about any of that, bro. Go ahead.
It's 29.
31.
31. Joshua chapter 24, verse 31. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders that overlived Joshua, and which had known all the works of the Lord that he had done for Israel.
So those one that said so, those elders and stuff, they served the Lord. They stuck to it. But you know, it's that new generation. They come to that call them what millennials or whatever. Yeah, my goodness, they just they on something else, bro. New generation is coming up. Go ahead.
32. And the bones of Joshua, Joseph, I'm sorry, 32. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel brought up out of Egypt, buried they in Shechem, and a parcel of ground which Jacob brought of the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of silver, and it became the inheritance of the children of Joseph.
Yeah, so see, they took Joseph bones up from Egypt, and now we see that they burying it now in the parcel of ground where Jacob had bought for a burying place. So when you're not gonna find Joseph bones in Egypt. So when they found Joseph's tomb, they ain't found no bones in it. The bones was gone, and the situation is that no one does that. No one no one goes into a grave and take the bones. It's always the valuable. When you see the bones are missing, you be like, wait, there's something you're adding up to. Why are you taking the bones? No one does that. So this is proof to them that this have to be Joseph that they taken.
Great.
They found him in a pyramid tomb. He's the only one of a pyramid tomb. They found him next to what? 11 other tombs. Who the 11 other tombs was he next to?
Pharaoh's family.
No, that's his 11 brothers from Jacob.
Oh yeah.
He was buried next to his 11 brothers.
Inside the tomb?
Huh?
Inside
No, next to it, 11 other tombs.
Okay.
Right, but his tomb was in a pyramid form.
Oh,
Shows you that he was a royalty of Egypt. That Egypt put him in a pyramid tomb. The other ones they was buried in regular Semitic tombs.
okay.
Right?
Being like a prince.
Semitic tombs where you have like the front part like a sarcophagus
Okay.
where it opens up. They were all buried in those, but his tomb was in a pyramid form. So they know that okay, this guy is some kind of Egyptian royalty. He said, but he was not Egyptian because he's buried among a Semitic family. And he's Semitic, but he was an Egyptian royalty. When he went into his tomb, his bones are missing. His bones are not there. They're gone. And so no one takes the bones. He said, but the Bible is telling us that the Israelite took the bone of Joseph out of there. Everything is matching Joseph. So it has to be him. Who else does it match? If the timeline fits, or the narrative, everything fits perfectly. It's him. Yes, sir.
What I see with Joseph, he was a prophet. In Egypt, prophesied.
But he's a interpreter of dreams.
Interpreted a dream. Why Elijah, like he didn't prophet, then he still get that title?
Who?
Elijah the prophet.
You don't get what title?
Like just being a prophet, like how he get that thrown on his name?
Elijah?
And Elijah?
I think he's talking about the Muslims.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think he's talking about
What Muslim talking about?
Elijah Muhammad.
Oh, Elijah Muhammad. Like what was he supposed to?
He's not a prophet.
Nah, prophets are only Israelites.
But
Elijah
No,
Muhammad is not. You think about that Muslim? He's
Yeah, he's
not.
talking about what other people call
Oh, he's not a prophet.
him. That's what they call him.
What did he prophesy about?
I felt like I didn't hear no prophets with him. Nothing
I don't
prophesied.
think they know what the word prophecy means. Not that they use it the wrong way. So we
No, I
use
mean,
it.
listen, them guys can say, and they guys can say, hey man, you know, the white man, blah blah this and blah blah that. And then a couple of years later, it happened. Said, man, yeah, Elijah said it, man, he's a prophet. Listen, you gonna call Tupac a prophet. You do know that. Right?
Oh, wow.
That's what I've been trying to tell them about.
Wow.
They call him I'm like, where?
Oh, so a felonious Shakur prophet.
He called himself a prophet. He did one of his songs, he was claiming that he predicted something.
Mhm.
I predicted it into apocalypse. Oh, so now you're a prophet.
What is death?
All right. I don't know what it.
Yeah, his death.
If he was a prophet, he should have seen his death coming. What kind of prophet you talking
They
about?
should have known how to make moves not to get caught up in
Yeah.
that.
He's not a
Rape
prophet.
cases, get shot in the studio, not like.
Yeah, he's a prophet, and then he didn't really die. He's somewhere in the island chilling. Yeah, God, people are crazy. People are crazy as ever, man. I don't believe anything. Oh man, okay. Hold up, the food is here, bro.
You need anything right now?
I don't even help getting the food. I'll be right back. Give us one second, man. Hello, hey, here I come. Yeah, let me turn my camera off. We'll be right back. We're gonna grab the food that's came. We'll be right back. 1 second. 1 second. We'll be right back.
Same back channel.
All right, thanks. You want a towel? You want the towel? You want the towel?
You got some stuff on there.
All right, we back. We're back for the payback. I must say that. Heard your new jam. I don't play that. It ain't loud enough, bro. It ain't hitting. This year you try, and next year you quit. Last year you thought I was dying out. But again and again and again, without a doubt, that's the Bible boogie. The earthquake sound. Pump it up a place so they hear it all around. I do it up rough, tough. I don't bluff. And peep the example of Bible stuff. So if you want to make hits, make them like this. Ain't like this, they don't hit, they miss. All right, let's go back to Joshua 24, reading verse 33.
33. Joshua chapter 24, verse 33. And it reads, and
Eleazar.
Eleazar, the son of Aaron, died, and they buried him in a hill that pertained a fine has his son, which was giving him in Mount Ephraim.
Right, okay, so and the other priest, Eleazar, he died. And he was buried in the hill that pertaineth to Phinehas, his son, which was given to him in Mount Ephraim. Right, so he was buried there. That was the priest Eleazar that was helped to give the land divisions to Israel. Him and Joshua, he would cast the lots for the Lord, and then given the land division to certain tribes. So that priest was there. So now he, at this point, he's like old as Joshua, 100 and something years old or something. So he's passed on, and he's general to his son, Phinehas. All right, so from there, we got that's the first renewal of the covenant. Let's get the other one. Let's get Second Chronicles 15 and 19. Second Chronicles chapter 15. Second Chronicles chapter 15, verse 1 through 19. All right, we got about another hour or so, maybe at the most 2. Let me finish this out. So we're going to Second Chronicles chapter 15, starting at verse 1 down to verse 19.
Where we at?
Second Chronicles chapter 15. We start at verse 1. We're gonna read down to verse 19. We're reading the whole chapter, 19 verses. All right. This would be another renewal of the covenant. So we have that one there in Joshua when he was renewing it. And we're edging our way to the final renewal under Hamashiach Yahushua. Under him, he made the last renewal.
Second Chronicles chapter 19.
15,
Oh, chapter 15.
verse 1 through 19.
I'll take this. Second Chronicles chapter 15 from the top. And the Spirit of the Most High came upon Azariah, the son of Oded, and he went out to meet Asa and said unto him, Hear ye me, Asa, and all Judah and Benjamin. The Lord is with you while ye be with him, and if ye seek him, he will be found of you, but if ye forsake him, he will forsake you.
Simple as that, right to the point, right? Simple. Go ahead.
Verse 3. Now for a long season, Israel hath been without the true God, and without a teaching priest, and without law.
See that? They've been without the Most High. They've been without a teaching priest that wasn't teaching them, and they've been without the Torah for a long time. Right? We read about it in Joshua. We come all the way here. We see this has been since that time. It's been a long time. That's why I get into whole kind of trouble. There's no one continue to keep them in the law, statutes, and commandments. They fall away into that paganism and stuff in a long time. Go ahead.
Verse 4. But when they in their trouble did turn unto the Lord God of Israel and sought him, he was found of them.
Go ahead.
And in those times there was no peace to him that went out, nor to him that came in, but great vexations were upon all the inhabitants of the countries.
So we see when it was without God, without a teaching priest, without Torah, it was vexation in everybody. No one had no ease. No one had no rest. Right? Everything was up in turmoil. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And nation was destroyed of nation, and city of city, for the Most High did vex them with all adversity.
Yeah, the Most High was vexed. He was the one vexing. One listen. One dealing with his law, not dealing with him. So we see what's happening. When you see stuff going on, it's the Most High vexing you, vexing the situation, being wicked, or you're being tested. All right, go ahead.
Verse 7. Be ye strong, therefore, and let not your hands be weak, for your work shall be rewarded.
Right. So all the stuff that we learning is Hebrew and coming in here is going to be rewarded. You don't see it yet. You're going all this stuff go down. You're going to see it be rewarded. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And when Asa heard these words and the prophecy of Oded the prophet, he took courage and put away the abominable idols out of all the lands of Judah and Benjamin. And out of the cities which he had taken from Mount Ephraim, and renewed the altar of the Lord that was before the porch of the Lord.
So you have to repair the altar, renew it. So we see we happened that he had to remove all of the idols, the abominable stuff that was in these places in the land of Judah and Benjamin. See that?
Con.
Once you stop dealing with the law, statutes, and commandments, then you start dealing with idols. You play with idols. So he had to now go, when he heard that, he had to go and take other stuff out of there, remove it. And now he had to go back and then renew the covenant again. They don't broke the covenant again. And now you have to get rid of that stuff again, erase it, and then go ahead and renew the covenant once again. So he started by renewing the altar of the Lord that was before the porch of the house of the porch of the Lord. All right, go ahead.
Verse 9. And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin and the stranger with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh and out of Simeon, for they fell into him out of Israel in abundance when they saw that the Lord his God was with them.
Yeah, so we had
That's Slacky. Slacky. I just want to know where we at. I don't know what book or chapter we at. No.
Second Chronicles.
Chapter 15, verse, now we in 10.
Okay, go. Thank you.
So this is when the kingdom was split. So you had people from the northern kingdom that came down to Judah when they saw that God was with Asa, right? So we have people from Ephraim and Manasseh and Simeon. They fell to him in abundance. They came down and well, so we have northern kingdom people that was in the southern kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just Judah and Benjamin and Levi in the southern kingdom. We had other tribes down there too as well. This verse is telling us that. That's why there's not no 10 tribes scattered abroad. Nonsense.
Because it wouldn't say Ephraim and Manasseh if it
And
was
Simeon.
in Simeon.
Yeah. Along with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
Those are all northern tribes?
Northern tribes are Ephraim, Simeon, and Manasseh.
Come.
They're all supposed to be in the northern kingdom. Judah's supposed to be only what? Judah and Benjamin.
Judah. What about Levi?
Levi came later
Come.
because they dismissed Levi from being a priest because they wanted to be idols.
Come.
They dismissed Levi from being a priest. And so Levi migrated down to the temple where they can make a living. That's how the priests make a living, by being priests.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, okay.
Teaching you, and then I don't sacrifice you. They don't know if they can do that. So since they were dismissed from the northern kingdom, they came out of the southern kingdom, and that's the way they were all how they made a living. Because they couldn't own land.
Come.
They only got little suburbs within tribes.
Come. Well, why couldn't Levi own land?
Because the inheritance is the Most High. God said, I'm your inheritance. You're gonna be with me.
Wow, Lord.
Wow. Look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, but imagine, dude, you don't know the benefit of having to work for the Most High in that temple. You know the kind of they ate the best food.
Right.
They ate the best. They was in the best garment, top of the line, priestly garment all the time.
Right.
There was reverence everywhere they went. Right?
Mhm.
They seen things that we ain't even seen. Spiritual forces and stuff, all kind of stuff these brothers don't see, man. You know what I'm saying? And they was always kept themselves separated, holy. There's a lot of benefits in having that job, bro.
They stayed on point all through.
Yeah. You work in a building, man, where in that door over there, the Most High could have been, Spirit could have been up in that door right there, that holy of the holy. He's in a place right next there. The creator of all spirits right up in there, man. Can you imagine when Moses was with him, how they didn't have to eat? These brothers, they was strong, right, working in that temple, man.
Yeah. Wow. And all like vegetables and mainly like.
Well, David said, I just want to be a doorkeeper, and you just want to be a doorkeeper in the temple. That's what he said.
Right.
I haven't been a doorkeeper. You know what I'm saying? That's how elaborate it was in Solomon's kingdom. When the Queen of Sheba saw one of Solomon's servants, thought that was him.
Mm-hmm.
That's how elaborate the servant looked.
Thought it was a servant.
He thought it was Solomon, the way the servant looked. That's just man how the servant, how he was dressed. He just like he was royalty.
Damn. This how your servants look.
That's
Hey, she probably ready to choose up off
Oh,
that. Like,
man,
if this how
listen,
your
bro.
servants look.
She lost their mind when she saw Solomon. She lost their mind. She said, "Man, I wasn't told a half." She said about what was going on down here. She had to come see for myself. He said, when I got here, it said it was more than I even heard of. Said it was, I wasn't told a half. She said, this is crazy. That's just Solomon. Think of the Most High, how elaborate his kingdom is.
Man, that's gonna be nice.
Yeah.
That would be something to see. That
So it's
would
like
be
the fall of Solomon. They probably got a book on that. Huh? So it was the idols, though.
You know when Solomon died? He died at 52. Died at his 50. He died at 52. He got the throne when he was 12. And the text said he ruled 40 years.
1, 2, and he died at 5, 2.
Died. His father David lived 70 years. He died at 52. Why? Because you get married with these Gentile women and we're not listening to God. God said, stop doing that. Stop doing that. He shortened his lifespan by listening to God. Anytime you listen to God, you're shortening your lifespan.
Honor thy father.
Yeah, you shortening your lifespan. You're not honoring your spiritual father. 52 he died. Imagine that.
That's
not long at all.
That's
Huh?
young.
Especially for his.
Young, huh?
we knocking on that.
You would think he would be so wise. You think, man, he probably lived to he like about 110. He had Joshua 110, all these other man, Moses 120. He's less than half, he's 52. He would be forgetting that how young he died. 52? Man.
Too young.
You don't listen, bro. I mean, kings were living longer than that, bro, back in the time. King was, unless you just went to war and died in war, but someone had 40 years of peace. He had no war. He had no war. You think you lived, you old as ever. Not so. All right, let's continue.
Verse 10.
Come.
Verse 10. So they gathered themselves together at Jerusalem in the 3rd month, in the 15th year of the reign of Asa.
So it's the 3rd month again. So we're coming again to the time when God shouted down the 10 commandments again. We're going off closer to Pentecost again. Right? This is the time when the covenant was talked about and was originally made with Moses. By Moses. Same time again here. The 3rd month. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And they offered unto the Lord the same time of the spoil which they had brought, 700 oxen and 7,000 sheep.
Go ahead.
And they entered into a covenant to seek the Lord God of their fathers with all their heart and with all their soul.
So again, they're renewing the covenant again. They got entered into the covenant. They got to, because the covenant, everlasting covenant. This ain't nothing brand new. You have to renew this covenant. The covenant of the 10 commandments. So this is another renewal of the covenant once again with their father, because they have not had this, as it says in verse 3. They had the 10 commandments. And they had the Torah. All right, go ahead.
Verse 13. That whosoever would not seek the Lord God of Israel should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman.
Man, we need that right now. We need that right now among our people. You know what I'm saying? You don't seek the Lord that way, He will put you to death, because what you're going to do is cause us to die. You're going to cause trouble to come our way. You're doing paganism and all that nonsense. Go ahead.
Verse 14. And they swore unto the Lord with a loud voice and with shouting and with trumpets and with cornets.
So they swore unto the Lord, and they followed up, and they followed with it with music. Go ahead.
Verse 15. And all Judah rejoiced at the oath for they had sworn with all their heart and sought him with their whole desire, and he was found of them, and the Lord gave them rest round about.
See that?
Mhm.
You want some rest? Seek the Lord with all your heart, with your whole heart. He'll give you some rest. You're gonna get rest all around. That's what David did. David, the Lord is with him, and he started putting out all the nations around him. Same thing with Asa. The Lord gave him rest and the nations all around. So there wasn't no one trying to attack Judah, nothing like that. The Most High squash all that. Y'all gonna relax somewhere. I'm not doing nothing. Go ahead.
Verse 16. And also concerning Micaiah, the mother of Asa, the king, he removed her from being queen because she had made an idol in a grove, and Asa cut down her idol and stomped it and burnt it at the brook Kidron.
Yeah, so it's nothing. Move. Your mom's out of order. Move her out of the way. Right? See, so we see who's the queen. The queen is who? The king's mother. Not the king's wife.
Whoa. How does that work? I have never heard of that before.
That's how it works. You just read it right here. It says right here.
Wow.
You move the king's mother is the queen.
And he can remove her.
Of course he can. He's
Wow.
the king.
Wow.
But it's his mother that's why she's called the queen mother. The queen is the king's mother.
It's like the Black Panther, bro.
Not the king's wife. She would still be considered a princess.
So who's the queen's husband? What is he called?
What?
What is the queen's husband called?
He is king, but he's dead because
Maggie
his son
food.
took over.
Okay, I got you.
Magic food.
Okay.
Or you have sometimes co-regency where the king is so old he can't do no more on the throne. He's still king, but his son is sitting on his throne
right.
until he actually passed.
Acting king.
Yeah.
Khan.
So, yeah, because she's the mother of the current king, she now becomes the queen.
So princess is
That's the daughter.
That's the king's wife.
See,
Princess.
you gotta
Princess.
fix all of that in your head because yeah.
No, the wife, because that's even probably still to the day, they'll call them princess.
Yeah.
Still to the
Right.
day.
Princess died. Princess this, princess that. That old lady was the queen, right? Queen Elizabeth, right? Because she's the mother. The mother of the king or the deceased king or whatever. She retained her title as long as she's alive once that happens.
You see what? That went completely backwards because when she passed, he became the king. Right now, her son is the king.
Yeah, he's the king, right?
Wow.
Come.
He's still king, but she retains her queen title
And with a
until
mix,
she passes.
with a mix, she mixed. His princess.
Oh, yeah. No, he's talking about the grandson. Yeah,
She a mamzer.
yeah.
What do you call that? Mamzer?
Mamzer.
Mamzer. Yeah, she a mamzer.
Yeah, they are particular about those things. If you that, you can't get them to throw like that. They don't-
Yeah,
they don't do
no,
like that.
he forfeited, didn't he?
Yeah, he got it. Yeah.
Because they want pure bloodline, right? Yeah.
God.
But they still letting him be king for the moment.
No,
No, he ain't no king, he nothing.
He's missing a generation.
Yeah,
he
right.
he don't know about that son. He don't know about her son.
No, he nothing.
Queen Elizabeth's son?
Yeah, her you talking about her grandchildren. She got a
Okay.
son.
All right. Makes sense.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 16. And also concerning Micaiah, the mother of, I already read that one, right? I'm at 17. Salakia.
But we can say again that you don't see he moved her because she made an idol. Rude.
Con. You want me to read 16 again?
Con.
Con. 2 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 16. And also concerning Micaiah, the mother of Asa, the king, he removed her from being queen because she had made an idol in a grove, and Asa cut down her idol and stamped it and burnt it at the brook Cordon. Kidron.
Yeah, so we see also that you can't be all sympathetic with your mom. Your mom out of order. Your mom's out of order.
That was
That's
nice.
my mom. Nah, bro.
Yeah.
You always with. That's why Christ came and said, "If you love mother and father more than me, you're not worthy of me."
Con.
I said, like, man, you ain't before the Most High.
Con. He addressed it.
You will lose this, and she lost her position. Woo! Because of an idol that she made. Listen, she's fortunate. She didn't lose her life, right? Remember, we read earlier. It says anyone that don't seek the Lord should be what? Put to death. You just read it in the next verse, in the earlier verse, right? So he could go, listen, mom. You know I can put you to death. You tripping? We made a vow to the Lord that anyone who don't seek the Lord, we gonna put them to death. You're making an idol over here. I can literally have you put to death. I'm gonna remove you from your position. I'm gonna stomp up your idol out of here. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, mom. That's what he's telling her. Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
He did tell her
And
that too.
he can do that without dishonoring her.
Of course. That is honoring her. What he
You
did.
can put her to death if you wanted to, because she's violating the oath and the fact that made with the Most High.
Man, that's just.
I like how you broke that down when you told her. That's true.
Yeah.
That's what he told her.
Yeah, don't be letting moms get all out of control.
Nah, bro. You're not having it. You're not having it, mom.
We
You're
don't
not
play
doing
that.
You're not doing that.
We don't play that.
Nope. No one come before the Most High in Christ, man.
Abraham did the same thing to his father.
Oh.
Broke the idols and like that.
Yeah.
Like you can't worship this. This don't talk, eat. It don't do nothing.
I says on point. I say ain't playing.
You sure wait.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 17. But the high places were not taken away out of Israel. Nevertheless, the heart of Asa was perfect all his days.
Yeah, so the high places was not taken away, but there was no dealing with no idol. Asa heart, his mind was still perfect with the Most High God. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And he brought into the house of the Most High the things that his father had dedicated, and that he himself had dedicated silver and gold and vessels. And there was no more war unto the 35 year of the reign of Asa.
Right. So no war, nothing. He had peace all the way around until the 35th reign of his year. Is when he started to come out of power and someone else coming in, and then start these other people coming in trying to get at him.
And is this calling Asa a perfect man too?
No, his heart was mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It says perfect. It says all his days, right? All his days after that point. So he was doing the right thing. All right, so let's go to the next one. So that's the second review. Third one is the 2 Kings. It's going to be a short one here. 2 Kings chapter 11, verse 17. 2 Kings chapter 11, verse 17. 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 17. You want to get
2 Kings chapter 10, verse 17.
hold on, wait. This cool. This is not correct. All right. All right, so second Kings, it's 2 Kings 23. Something wrong with my notes right there. 2 Kings 23. We're gonna start there. Then we're gonna get verse 1 through 3. 2 Kings 23.
Verse 23.
Yeah, 2 Kings
Chapter 23.
chapter 23. You're gonna get verse 1 through 3.
2 Kings chapter 23. Verse from the top. Okay. 2 Kings chapter 23 from the top. And it reads, and the king sent, and they gathered unto him all the elders of Judah and of Jerusalem.
So again, we see another gathering of all the elders again, as we see is consistent with the renewal. All of them are coming to be present, all the elders. Go ahead.
Come. It's the 2. And the king went up unto the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with him, and the priests and the prophets and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their ear all the words of the book of the covenant, which was found in the house of the Lord.
So now you gotta read it over again to them, because what happens is that they keep forgetting what it says. That's why they keep falling. That's why you gotta stay consistent in your reading, right? That's why I say feed your spirit, stay prayed up. You gotta keep reading these things over and over again, keep them. Can't say I'm gonna stop for a year. No, like, no, you gotta do that. You're gonna fall back into the word again. You gotta continue to keep reading. So you gotta, every time you see them, keep go over the law again with him again. You gotta go over the law again with him again. Go ahead. Verse 3.
Verse 3. And the king stood by a pillar and made a covenant before the Lord to walk after the Lord and to keep his commandments and his testimony and his statutes with all their hearts and all their souls, to perform the word of this covenant and that were written in this book. And all the people stood to the covenant.
Right, so there it is. So again, he went in there and started to made it. He had to cut a covenant. He had to cut another covenant, and then a renewal of the covenant again. Them to walk after the law, walk after the Most High, and keep His commandments and His testimonies and statutes. Again, with all their heart. Again, it's not, you can't be trying to straddle it. You can't be trying to be one foot in and one foot out. You got to be all in. You all in and you all out. You straddling, you're gonna have problems. I'm telling you, you're gonna have problems. I'm telling you what I advise. I try to juggle too. Don't work. Don't work. You'll hurt yourself. God gonna plague you. What he gonna do to you? Nothing gonna go right for you. You're gonna be like, what the heck is going on, man? But God, like, you trying to play games with me? I'm gonna play games with you. All right, so that's all I want for that. I want to jump now. Let's go to the book of 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 34. Get 32, 33. 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 32, 33.
You said 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 32 and 33.
Verse 30
Oh, 30
through 33.
Come. Second Chronicles chapter 34, verse 30. And the king went up into the house of the Lord, and all the men of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem and the priests and the Levites and all the people, great and small, and he read in their ears all the words of the book of the covenant that was found in the house of the Lord.
Go ahead.
And the king stood in his place.
That's that place when we read that earlier. Where that man made that platform for the king.
Come.
Go ahead.
And the king stood in his place and made a covenant before the Lord to walk up after the Lord and keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his heart and with all his soul, to perform the words of the covenant which are written in this book.
Again, so it's the same thing we read there in 2 Kings. So he cut a covenant again. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And he caused all that were present in Jerusalem and Benjamin to stand to it, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem did according to the covenant of the Most High, the Most High of their fathers, the God of their fathers.
So he made them stand to it. Stand up, we're gonna do this. And the king said you're gonna do something. You say no, well, it's off with your head. You know how that goes. He made it, did according to the covenant of the Most High, you know, the power of their fathers. Go ahead.
Verse 33. And Josiah took away all the abominations out of all the countries that pertain to the children of Israel, and made all that were present in Israel to serve, even to serve the Lord their God. And all his day they departed not from following the Lord, the God of their fathers.
Right. I'm just checking the YouTube and everything. So no one came on. Okay, our sister Jacqueline, she had came on. I know she's still on. Shabbat shalom, sister. I'm just checking it now.
Shabbat shalom.
I guess she took back her message or whatever. But Antonio is on there. You know that question. Just click the link. Yeah, just come on. She had briefly got, but I sent her the link directly. You know, she could have just came on. So let me check the club deck. Okay, the club deck is clear. No one is there. All right. You can go back, man. All right, go ahead, brother.
We at 33. Second Chronicles chapter 34 and verse 33. And Josiah took away all the abominations out of all the countries that pertain to the children of Israel, and made all that were present in Israel to serve, even to serve the Lord their God. And all his days they departed not from following the Lord, the God of their fathers.
So he made them stick to it. He made all in Israel do it that were present to serve. All of them, everyone there had to serve. Even to serve the Lord their God, and they all stick to it. So we said again, the covenant was renewed again. Josiah. That's another renewal of the covenant again. Let's get another one here in Ezra. Ezra chapter 10, verse 1 through 5. In the book of Ezra. So now they're coming out of the Babylonian captivity. Now you got to renew the covenant again. So we just kept renewing the covenant. We get the final renewal on the Hamashiach Yahushua. So when you're talking about some new covenant, this isn't a new covenant. This is a renewed covenant. This is a renewed covenant. Ezra, the 10th chapter, we're going to start at verse 1 through 5. And we're going to jump to Nehemiah after that. All right, we got Ezra chapter 10. We're going to read verse 1 through 5. Ezra is right. Ezra is right. After Chronicles, where was that? The next book over is Ezra. Or we was in Second Chronicles. The next book over is Ezra.
Come.
You want Ezra chapter 5?
Chapter 10.
Ezra chapter 10.
Yeah, I said, I told you, the next book over is Ezra.
What verse?
Chapter 10, verse 1 through 5.
Come. Ezra chapter 10 from the top. Now, when Ezra had prayed and when he had confessed, weeping and casting himself down before the house of God, there assembled unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children, for the people weep very sore.
Yeah, so after he done did all that, there came, and again, it's at the house of the Most High. Go ahead.
And
Shechaniah,
Shechaniah, the son of Jehieli, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said to Ezra, we have trespassed against our God and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning these things.
So the transgression here is them taking strange wives. They're marrying outside the nation. Transgressing the laws of the Most High by marrying outside the nation. Okay. Go ahead.
3. Now therefore let us make a covenant with our God to put away all the wives and such as are born of them according to the counsel of my Lord, and of these that tremble at the commandment of our God, and let it be done according to the law.
Let it be done according to the Torah, right? Let us cut again. You got to cut a covenant, kill an animal, and cut a covenant.
And they say, get rid of the wives.
Get rid of their strange wives, yeah.
And the children.
You're making a covenant with the Lord our God to do what? To put away the wives and such that are born of them. They're putting them away.
The children too.
Well, like not send them to the wilderness. Type of putting away they talking about here.
Yeah, putting them away, send them about their business.
Oh, okay.
Well, here in America, you're not gonna do it like that. What you gonna do with that? You're gonna put her away from you. You know what I'm saying? You have to get her own apartment. You got to pay for the apartment and support the children, support the child support.
Child support.
Come.
You know what I'm saying? But you're no longer with her. You're not dealing with her sexually. You're not in no marriage or anything like that, because you're violating God's commandments. They're like, I gotta put you where I can't do with you like that. I ain't supposed to marry you, but I'm not gonna just abandon you. I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna take care of you, take you, chip in, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna, you gotta do something yourself. You just can't be home all and doing nothing. You should be trying to do something yourself too.
Virtually.
You can work. You're not handicapped or something. You can work. You know, I'm gonna take care of the child too, though. But according to the commandments, I can't continue to go with you like I did before. You can't live with me.
Now, what if this woman isn't causing this Israelite man no problems? Because you know how Israelite men, they be like, oh, I just can't deal with a black woman. Now what if
There's no choice with that.
There's no choice. You gotta stick to the script.
If you married her, yes, that's for life. You have to work it out or be single.
Yeah,
That's it. She too. She got to work it out with you or stay single. Or when you die, then you go away. You move on to someone that's when you die. Marriage is permanent. You have to deal with it. Or separate and you stay single. These are the one of the two. What y'all gonna do? There's no woman hopping around here anymore. None of the more fast structure and plan. He don't move like that. Because God ain't mentioned hopping. He did. He could. Did he not? We broke the laws plenty of times. He could have got another nation and said, "I'm done with them." They was tripping. They broke my laws and violated me with it. I'm choosing another nation. No, he stuck it with us. He stuck it out with us. So that's an example for us to stick it out with who? With our woman.
Because the nations would love that.
Of course.
Oh man.
There's another reason why they don't like him. They're like, man, you should have hopped on someone and said, if you jumped on here to us, we gonna follow you. We ain't never gonna leave. And we know what it means to serve you. What I mean we gonna be on top.
The Most High is like, I ain't falling for that.
That's why he made an everlasting covenant. That's why the covenant is everlasting. It isn't a temporary covenant. It's an everlasting covenant.
Wow.
It's permanent. That's what he did. He's in it for the long haul.
Is that why, was it Paul said it'd be better off for a man to be single?
Yep.
'Cause
Because he know what that entails. It's permanent. You got to deal with whatever her arguing or talking back. You're gonna have to deal with it to remain single. Separate from her, remain single. You both remain single. So you know that's why you need to take your time when you get a woman, bro. Take your time. There's no rush. Where's she going? You shouldn't. If she would like you, she ain't going nowhere.
And if she do, she don't really like
If
you.
you don't, then that's proof she don't like you. That's good for you. If you just thought something with her that wasn't gonna work. And vice versa for the woman too. If he can't wait, then he's gonna like you anyway, because I mean he only wants sex from you. That's all he wants. That's all he wants. Then you make him wait, then you see where he really at. And then he bounces, then you see, well, there it is, right there. I ain't started nothing with him. That I wasn't gonna go nowhere anyway. It's better to take your time. Isn't that what the Most High did? Israel was in Egypt 215 years before he pulled them out.
Yeah,
215 years.
he took his time with that one. Wow.
Wasn't right away. He's showing you the pattern. Take your time, wait and see where they're at. Wait.
Israel still didn't learn, but he still didn't give up on it.
Yeah, we had a rule in the church that again, rules was made that people don't see that the problem. Rules are implemented and rules are made, but not being followed. We had a rule in the church. It was 6 months for you to talk to a sister. She would come in the church and she was new. If you liked her, you couldn't say nothing to her for 6 months because she had to get in there and she had to learn what's happening. She had to learn the scriptures, learn how to be a woman and how to operate in this thing here and all of that. 6 months later, if you decided you want to talk to her and she agrees to talk to you, then you can't sleep with her for another 6 months. That's when everyone knows that you guys are dating, that you know each other. So it's always going to be a year before she comes before anyone touches her. Okay? So about in a year time, she gets to really understand and see what she's dealing with. After a year, she don't been there, done it, and seen everything, right? She can make a decision whether she want to deal with you or not. Because she's been watching you and watching that you with everything that's going on in the church for at least a year. She can make an assessment of what she want to do. And you too as well. You watching her too. You see that she's consistent. If she's coming covering her head. If she, you know what I'm saying? She's coming to the feet thing. She's abiding by the rules and everything else. Her conversation is accordingly, you know. She's virtuous, has to carry herself and all that. You get to see all that within that year because you have at least 3 feasts as we all come together. You begin to see what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? You should have some time. Versus just jumping in, you know, brothers were just violating the rules. They see a girl, next thing you know, the next week they're together.
Double Dutch.
You know, slept with her and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue, man. Rules are put in place, but they don't want to follow.
How did that go in the long run? In a long time?
Bad. Always ended up bad.
I kind of, you know, I could feel it. You know what I mean? Like certain men, like, yeah, we gonna stick to the rules, man. We make sure. First beautiful woman coming along, they kind of like, oh man,
The rules.
That's the elder. Listen, that's the man in charge is supposed to enforce the rules. But the man in charge is not enforcing the rules and they're allowing you to bend the rules because of favoritism and rank. That's where the problem come in at.
Shoving shoulders and pointing.
Yeah.
God.
I saw they cut another covenant here and they're supposed to, this was them, the covenant was them putting away all the strange wives and children and such that are born of them. And this is according to the council that says of the Most High. I know it says here in the Hebrew that it was Adonai, but the Masoretes said they changed it. In the Masoretic writings, they say right here that, yeah, we took the Lord's name out of it, we put Adonai. Right, so when the really Hebrew reads it right here, he says, no, that's Adonai, that's Ezra doing that. But if he just do a little bit of research, he would see that, no, originally there was the Most High name that's there, the Mezerites changed it to Adonai. So it's the Most High, the council of the Most High that told him to do this. Because if the real Hebrew admits that this is the Most High, this kills him because he fits this right here.
Oh, I didn't see where you was going with that.
This fits him right here. Because his mother, he says, is an Edomite.
Come on. Wow.
He would be put away.
Wow.
His mother and him would be put away, according to the counsel of God. But you have to lie and say what it says Adonai.
So right here where it says the council of my Lord.
Yeah, it's the council of the Most High.
It's-
Yahweh name.
It said Yahweh.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yahweh originally. The Mezerites said they changed it.
Wow.
They tell you that they changed it. You know what I'm saying? So as a matter of fact, let me show you before you try to start making stuff up. Let me shut this nonsense down right quick. Hold on. Let me show you. I don't want to see I'm making stuff up because I'm different from you guys. You guys make statements, but you guys don't have proof. Don't have no proof. I'm gonna show you the proof right now. So we can end this nonsense. Right? Share my screen and show you. I'm pulling it up right now. Let me show you what it is. Let me go back and share my screen right quick. Share my screen. I'm screen sharing already. But I stopped screen sharing already. Yeah, let me, yes. Let me share my screen. Share my screen. There we go. My screen is being shared. It says the 134 passages where the Sahifrim altered Jehovah or Yahweh to Adonai. They tell you that altered. It's 134 passages in the Bible where they changed the Most High's name to Adonai Lord. Now we're looking for Ezra 10 and what? And 3.
Come.
Right here. Ezra 10 and 3. Right here. Right here you see it. I'm highlighting it for you.
Come. Yep. There it is.
Ezra 10 and 3 where they changed the Yahweh to Adonai. You look at it, it's Adonai that's there. It was originally the Most High name that's there that changed it.
Yahweh. So his name was in the book.
So yep, it was the council of Yahweh that told him to do that, not Ezra. This is your proof right here. You can fact check me, Google it too. You don't believe this? You can go Google it and fact check it. The Mezerites tell you that they changed it. They're not hiding that they changed it. They said we changed it because they said that we trying to, you can't speak the most. Back in their time, there was a law against speaking God's name. So they take it out of the text and stuff. So people that read it didn't speak his name out loud in penalty of you getting death or something.
Okay.
Because the hard that be, they didn't want you to speak God's name or they didn't want you to defile his name. So they didn't just start changing it. Because they claiming that you would defile the name. They took it out. But God didn't tell them to do any of that. Here's your proof that they took it out. You can show the really Hebrew, you can stop this nonsense, okay?
Get out of here.
All right, so stop sharing my screen and going back. So I have our proof, all right? Going back. All right, let's read verse 4.
Come. Ezra chapter 10, verse 4. And then read, arise for this matter belongeth unto thee. We also will be with thee, be of good courage and do it.
Go ahead.
5. Then arose
Ezra.
Ezra and made the chief priest, the Levite, and all Israel to swear that they should do according to this word. And they swore.
There it is.
Mm.
You know what it is to swear.
Make an oath,
Yeah, they don't swear. Of course, you know they would swear by who.
the Most High.
Let's prove this so we can again read that finna.
No flim flam.
Yeah, we gonna Let's get to Hebrews chapter 6, verse 16. We're gonna come back. You can come back to the next book over, Nehemiah. So whole Ezra, we're going to the next book over when we come back. Right, we're going to the next book over after Ezra, going to Nehemiah next. But first I want to go to Hebrews chapter 6, verse 16.
Hey, shalom, brothers. Hey, I'm actually on my way over there.
Okay, brother.
All right.
All right, shalom.
Shalom.
You said Hebrews chapter 6, verse 16?
Yes, sir.
This is the book of Hebrews chapter 6 and verse 16. It reads, for men verily swear by the greater,
For men swear by the who?
the
The
greater,
greater.
and an oath for confirmation is to them an end of all strife.
Right. Swear. Who's the greater?
The Most
The
High.
Most High. I swear to God. Is that what they said? Who else you gonna swear by? Verily men swear by the greater. So in Ezra, when it said and they swore by the Most High God. They was gonna do this. And you know what that means.
You gotta do it.
You gotta
That's a
do it.
death.
They was gonna catch it. So they swear by the Most High God. Verily men swear by the greater. All right, let's come back now. We're going to Nehemiah 9, 1 through 3. Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 1 through 3.
Chapter 9.
And I want to be clear, you can swear by Most High God's name. You got to perform what you say you're gonna do. It isn't a wrong thing to swear, because people they misunderstand what it says there in Matthew when it says when Christ is saying swear not. When you get into the Hebrew, it says swear not falsely. That's what it actually says in the original Hebrew. When Matthew wrote it in the Hebrew Matthew, Christ actually said, "Thou shalt not swear falsely by the Most High name," not to swear at all, to not swear falsely. What Christ said. Because you can swear. The Torah tells you can swear by the Most High God. You see Ezra and them right here swearing. And they're swearing by God. I can show you verses where God said to swear by his name. All right, so we got Nehemiah chapter 9. We're going to read verse 1 through 3.
I'll take this one. Nehemiah chapter 9 from the top. Now in the 24 days of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them.
Go ahead.
2. And the seed of Israel separated themselves from all strangers.
The seed of Israel did what?
Separated themselves from all strangers.
All strangers. They separated themselves from all strangers. These people are trying to incorporate us with these non-Israelites. No, we separated from all strangers. All, not some, not most, all. Go ahead.
And stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers.
Right, iniquity of their fathers, forefathers. They always got to go back and say, man, in the wilderness, they messed up. After that, it was okay, and they messed up again. And they just got to keep, you know what I'm saying, going back and tell the Most High stuff they done messed up. Even we just off talking about in our time, our forefathers messed up. Now people are still messing up, right? But one thing that stands out here again is that they separated themselves from all the strangers. This is the issue. You can't keep hanging around the people, and they're gonna throw you off, man. So all this, Christ had non-Israelites. No, he didn't. There was no non-Israelite in Christ's original church. None. Zero. None.
Separated themselves from all.
All strangers. We don't listen. We don't need them. They need us.
Now this word all here means all.
Definitely. Go ahead. Verse 3.
3. And they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of the Lord their God 1/4 part of the day, and another 4th part they confess and worship the Lord their God.
Right. Confess is talking about their sins and they worship, right? Basically now they're repenting for what they done did. But again, you see that there's an action here. It's separated from the strange. You separated the strange wives and their children. Actually, this is what was causing them to go off, causing them to break the covenant. So whatever's causing you to break the covenant, you have to now go and separate from that, get rid of it. Take it out of the way. Right? Let's get one more in Nehemiah. Let's get Nehemiah 13, verse 3. Same book, Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. And we're going to read one verse here, and we're going to go from there. We're going to come on down to the next one. Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 3.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 3. Now it came to pass when they had heard the law.
When they heard the what?
When they heard the law,
Torah, go ahead.
that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When they heard the law,
Mm.
they separated all the mixed multitude. So when we was in the wilderness with the mixed people, there was a separation between us and them.
Mhm.
See, they understood the law as it was to be separated from these people.
Mm.
Even though they was with us in the wilderness, they were separate from us. They was not integrated with us.
Mm.
And we know that the text says that they died in the wilderness
Mm.
because of lust. So when they heard the law, they did what? Separated from Israel all the mixed multitude. This would be really Hebrew. He is a man, but he's mixed. They would separate him from all of us. When we heard what? The Torah. Him, Hassad, Katazah, all of them.
Come.
They would have separated them from the congregation of Israel at this time. They did it even in Christ's time. They separated them. They ain't dealt with no one that's mixed. He said when they heard the law, this is the law that they heard and made them do this. It wasn't Ezra that they heard. They heard the law, God's law, what they heard. When they read it, they're like, wait a minute. This law is telling them to separate these mixed people from them.
And
That's what they did.
And they wanted meat at that time too. So
Yeah.
they keep bringing these death curses on us, wanting stuff,
Yeah.
and they don't want what we want.
And they ain't promised to get our inheritance.
I mean, you can mix multitude, right?
Come.
Mixed multitude is the Hebrew word Ereb. Ereb means interwoven. Tell me that ain't the really Hebrew.
Wait. Say that word again.
Ereb, E-R-E-B, is the Hebrew word Ereb. It means interwoven. That's not him.
He's
Interwoven.
definitely interwoven.
He definitely interwoven.
That's
clearly him.
twined with something else.
That's clearly him.
But
He tried to fight the hard say that ain't him. That is you.
That's you. This is what we're reading right here. This is you. The
I
ancient-
even asked someone that's fluent in this Aramaic Hebrew. I asked him. He said he's a mamzer. I asked him to say, is he really Hebrew mamzer? He said yes. This guy's fluent in that Hebrew. He speaks it fluently and writes it.
Mm.
He said that's him. He said that's what a mamzer is.
Come.
Not that he's trying to say that it's not trying to say some bastard child or something. No, no.
Right.
No, that's not it. It's him.
Right. Mixed,
Mixed. It's him.
woven together with something else.
Right.
That's an interesting word they use there too. Was it woven? They put woven in there?
Satan mixed with Hebrew.
Yeah, interwoven, what that word means. It means mixture, interwoven, you know what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. Listen, the really Hebrew know this stuff.
Yeah, he do. Yeah,
He's not gonna bring it out though, because it kills him. He's not never gonna bring it out. And he's only gonna dialogue someone who don't know this stuff. If he sees you know it, he gonna shut the conversation down. Because
quick.
he can't have you showing the stuff that kills him. And I think Deacon knows it too, but he wants that money. Compromising for that money. And the majority of their camp is none but Hispanic, none but mixed people.
Yeah, I saw that at the gift. There's nothing but a bunch of them. They look like gardeners.
I was saying that to Barack Kazak. Barack was like, yep. He said, yep, that's exactly correct. Because he's seen it. All right, let's get Isaiah chapter 42.
Like they get
5
ready
and
to
6.
cut some lawns and stuff.
They look like gardeners.
Come on, man, it's crazy. Like, come
Yeah,
on, man.
dude,
They're not no
walking around-
Israelites, man. That's
Walking around with buck knives and
There's no connection there. There's also something with the spirit, man. There's no connection with these so-called Mexicans, man. Ain't no connection with them. You feel it?
No.
No.
well, you know you don't feel it.
Tony, not feeling that.
There's neither nor them so-called North American Indians. We used to go by them. They ain't felt no. I'm like, that's our people.
Right.
No, there's no connection there. You like, no, that's not us.
No, it's
No.
not. It's not.
12 scattered out brothers, and they like that now. Stringy hair.
You know your people. When I can look at Matumbo and tell Matumbo is not of my name. You can go look at him and say, he's not. Manukbo too.
Oh, we know the movement. Oh, hell no.
But I'm saying,
That's-
I'm saying we all African. I can look and be like, he is not one of our people.
Right.
That's not us.
No.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't just the language. You can just feel that,
No,
that vibration,
His
man.
whole vibe is off.
It's a different vibration than what we have. You know what I'm saying? It's different. Yeah, it's a different thing.
Now Israel Sadia, but he seemed like one of our people.
Huh.
Yeah.
He don't have their vibration.
No, not at all.
You tell he don't have their vibration.
What about Michael Blackson?
Him too.
What?
Him too. He don't have their vibration.
Because he faking. He ain't a real African, right?
No, he not even African. That's what he said. He not a real African. He's all that made up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He did it to capitalize of office.
All of there, yeah. He saw an angle to make money. You know what I mean?
That's clever.
Of course. But you can tell he doesn't. I said, this dude don't give me an African vibe when I was listening to him. You got African stuff on with barefoot talking all that. In my really, I'm like, dude, you don't give me an African vibe. I don't get that from you. Yeah, you can tell. So I mean, that's part of it too as well. You know what I'm saying? That's part of it too as well. Part of the vibe. But we know clearly mixed people is not Israelite, right?
Come.
I'm not saying that to be going out here trying to decipher who everybody is, but there is if you in tune with the spirit of the Most High Christ, man, you gotta your spirit will be like the spirit I'm telling you,
That ain't us.
Especially these Edoms, like how they go that far, like wow.
They don't have an Israelite vibe nowhere, nothing on them at all. That's why I know that they couldn't have been the Israelites. So you guys don't, I'm reading this book, you guys don't have the vibration these people in this book have. Y'all are not these people. Can't be, it don't fit y'all. Y'all don't move like them. The people in this book are rebellious as hell. That's not y'all.
Why you gotta go there?
I have to go like that. That's the fact. That's us. We're rebellious. The book said they're stiff-necked people. That's not y'all.
We hard-headed.
That's we. That's us. No. That's not y'all. Y'all not that. Y'all not that.
They participate in all their gatherings.
Yeah, that's not them, man. We got Isaiah 42, 5 and 6.
Come.
Isaiah 2.
Isaiah 42.
Yeah, we squaring off at gifts.
Facts. Facts. That's us. Facts.
And we've been commanded to let brotherly love continue.
We ain't doing that.
Okay, Isaiah chapter 42, verse 5. Thus saith the Lord, he that created the heavens and stretched them out, he that spread forth the earth, and that which commanded cometh out of it.
He stretched forth the what? He stretched them out. What did he do? He that created the earth and stretched them out, right? And spread forth the what?
Earth.
The earth. He spread forth the what?
The earth.
Is that a ball?
No.
Wow.
He spread it forth. It's flat.
Wow.
He didn't say I rounded it up. He said I stretched it out.
Man.
Flat. Again. Right here in the text.
Wow.
Another one in Revelation where the angels was holding the wind of every four corner.
I mean, so how many verses have we read so far that tell you the earth is flat?
Wow.
It continues to say it over and over again. He said he spread forth the earth. It's flat.
Yeah. And when you stretch out a ball of dough, you gotta lay it on something flat so you can stretch it out and flatten it out more. Wow. Wow.
Earth is flat.
Earth
Flat. To measure it, you can't measure nothing on a ball.
Go ahead.
Verse 6.
Oh, you finished verse 5.
And that, yeah. Verse 5. You want me to read 5 over again? Okay. Thus saith the Lord, he that created the heavens and stretched them out, he that spread forth the earth, and that which cometh out of it, he that giveth bread, what is that? Breath unto the people upon it, and spirit to them that walk therein.
That's it. That's him. Giveth them breath and breathe, the breath of life, and spirit, soul, to them that walk upon it. Trust me, you ain't walking upon no ball. No ball that bust your head. That happened to you. Go ahead.
Verse 6. I, the Lord, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles.
Yeah, covenant of the people, right? Christ is now going to be that covenant. He's going to be the one that's going to be cut to create the covenant. He's going to covenant of the people of Israel, and through him is going to be a light, meaning going to be information and knowledge to the non-Israelites, right? And a light to the Gentiles, or it can also be to the dispersed abroad Israelites. That can also be an interpretation too as well. Right?
So this could be either or.
Because the dispersed abroad Israelites were in darkness. It can be a light to the dispersed abroad Israelites too as well. And also can be to the other nations. In either case, the covenant was made with the people, with the Israelites. And we can read it in Jeremiah 31:31, it says the exact same thing again. We've been reading it since Exodus. All right, from there, let me get Isaiah 49, 1-8. Isaiah chapter 49, we're going to read verse 1 through 8.
Isaiah chapter 49, from the top. Listen, O Israel, isles unto me, and hearken ye people for the Lord have called me from the womb, from the bowel of my mother's have he made a mention of my name.
All right. Okay, so the owls are Israelites, the far off are Israelites, the dispersed abroad people. All right. He says that the Lord have called me from the womb, from the bowels of my mother have he made mention of my name. Go ahead.
And he hath made my mouth like a sharp sword, in the shadow of his hand hath he hid me, and made me a polished staff in his quiver have he hid me.
Go ahead.
3. And said unto me, thou art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified.
Right. So now this person here is called Israel. Right? This son, but this is not Jacob. Jacob's name was changed to Israel, right? But verse 1 said that the Lord had called me from the womb. From the womb, he had made mention of my name, right? The Most High God have not named Jacob from the womb.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm spiritual.
All right. Again, the Most High did not call Jacob name from the womb. Jacob was called Jacob when he came out the womb. In the womb, there was no name called. There was no name called for him in the womb. So this person here that's called Israel, he was called, he made mention of his name when he was in his mother's womb. It only fits one person.
Yeah, I was shy.
Christ. He was told to be called Yahweh Shai when he was in his mother's womb. They mentioned his name in his mother's womb. And the Most High here is calling him who? Israel. He's calling him Israel. The Messiah is also called Israel in his Bible. Because Israel means what?
Prince of the Most High.
Prince of the Most High, Son of God. That's Christ. No.
God family.
What do you mean?
I thought it was called Prince of Power or something. Like
Power is God.
that. Okay.
Prince of God.
Prince of God. Prince of Prince of Yahweh.
Yeah. He's a prince of God. A prince is the son of a king. You know?
Right.
Who's the king?
The Most
Most
Oh,
High.
the king.
That's all.
Oh. Yeah, so that definitely that Joseph's the father, that puts that out of there.
Oh, kill all that now. I mean, they don't know these things. They don't study. I'm just coming here to show you the Most High. I mean, Christ is also called Israel. And there's context where this particular verse fits right in. Go ahead.
4. Then I said, I have labored in vain. I have spent my strength for naught and in vain. Yet surely my judgment is with the Lord and my works with my God.
Go ahead.
5. And now saith the Lord that formed me from the womb.
God formed him from the womb. Go ahead.
From the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob again to him.
To bring Jacob again to him. So again, this can be Jacob. Right? He's bringing Jacob again to him. He ain't gonna take Jacob to bring Jacob again. This is
Right,
someone
right.
other than Jacob.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through Israel be not gathered, yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my God shall be my strength.
Right. So this person that's called Israel here, he has a God. His God will be his strength. Go ahead.
6. And he said, it is a light thing that thou shouldest be my servant to rise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserve of Israel.
Right. So he said, that's the Most High saying to him, it's a light thing that you should do to be my servant and to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserve of Israel. Go ahead.
I will also give thee for a light to the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth.
Thou be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Flat again. Balls don't have end. Do they have an end?
No.
That's
Ball don't
continuous.
have an end. Something that's flat though. Unto the end of the earth. So the end of the earth is where Israelites were scattered. They were scattered to the ends of the earth. This is another reference to Israelites, not to Gentiles. Hold, you gotta prove it. Because they said making stuff up again. You're gonna stay in the same book. I want to jump down. He's gonna quick read through these verses real quick. Can we get Isaiah 43? Hold where we are right here. We're reading this. Hold where you at in 49. We're gonna come right back. We can Isaiah 43. And these verses 1 through 7 real quick to show you who the ends of the earth is. Isaiah 43, we can get 1 through 7 real quick.
Isaiah chapter 1.
Yeah, I take it. Yeah, Isaiah chapter 43, verse 1. But now thus saith the Lord that created thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel.
Go ahead.
Fear not, for I have rendered thee.
Redeemed.
I'm sorry, I redeemed thee, and I've called thee by thy name, thou art mine.
Go ahead.
When thou passest through the waters, it will be with thee, and through the rivers. They shall not overflow thee. When thou walkest through the fire, thou shalt not be burned, neither shall the flames kindle upon thee.
Right? When you're operating in Israel, this is what happens. You think it's gonna happen to you. Fire ain't gonna burn you, the water ain't gonna overflow. When you're operating in Israel, right? As an Israelite. Go ahead.
Verse 3. For I am the Lord thy God, the Holy One of Israel, thy Savior. I will give in Egypt for thy ransom, Ethiopia and Seba,
40.
Seba for thee.
Yeah, it said, I gave Egypt for a ransom, and Ethiopia and Seba for thee. So Egypt was a ransom to the nation of Israel. They want to pay the penalty to get Israel up out of it, right? All right, go ahead.
Oh, I lost my page. 40, chapter 43. Okay. Verse 5.
4.
Verse 4. Since thou hast precious in my sight, then since thou hast precious in thy sight, thou shalt be honorable, and I have loved thee. Therefore, I will give men for thee and people for thy life.
Right. I will give men, the word there is Adam. I will give a man. I will give a man. I will give a man for thee and people for thy life. The man that he gave for Israel was who? Yahweh. You know, a man to die in their place. I will give a man for thee. Not I'm going to give a sheep or oxen. No, a man. Die for. Go ahead.
Verse 5. Fear not, for I am with thee. I will bring thy seed from the east and gather thee from the west.
Go ahead.
Verse 6. I will say to the north, give up. Give up. And to the south, keep not back. Bring my sons from far and my daughters from the ends of the earth.
From where?
From the ends of the earth.
From the ends of the earth.
Flat.
The ends of the earth is talking about Israelites. Bring my daughter from the ends of the earth. Context right here, Israelites. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7. Even everyone that is called by my name.
Body bag. See that? Everyone that's called by. So end of the earth, you might even have Gentiles there. So the Gentiles in the earth. But it says even everyone that is called by my name, not specific. Even the Gentiles there, it weeds them right out.
White out.
Go ahead.
For I have created him for my glory, and I have formed him, yea, I have made him.
There it is. So the end of the earth is speaking about Israelites in Isaiah 49. So you're trying to say, well, you making stuff up. I just proved it. End of the earth is talking about where the Israelites are. All right, let's go back to Isaiah 49. You know verse 7.
Verse 7.
So my salvation unto the end of the earth is speaking about Israelites. So Isaiah 49, verse 7.
Isaiah 49, verse 7. It reads, thus said the Lord, the Redeemer of Israel.
Of who?
the Redeemer of Israel,
not of Gentiles, non-Israelites, the Redeemer of Israel. Go ahead.
and his Holy One, to him whom man despised.
To him who despised,
Man,
despised. They hate the Most High. Certain men not gonna like him. Go ahead.
to him whom the nation
Apported.
The nation are Gentiles. The Gentiles also hate the Most High. These men are a nation. They hate the Most High God. They don't like him. Why they don't like him? Because he made a choice. He's supposed to not choose. You made everyone. Why you choosing? Why you trying to say they're better than us?
Yep.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. And because of that, they don't like him. Go ahead.
to a servant of rulers, kings shall see the arise, princes also shall worship because of the Lord that is faithful, and the Holy One is Israel and of Israel, and he shall choose
He
thee.
shall choose who?
Israel.
Israel. See, they don't that now. That's why they don't like him. Go ahead.
Hey, thus said the Lord, and acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation have I helped thee, and I will preserve thee and give thee for a covenant of the people to establish the earth, to cause to inherit to this
The desolate.
heritage.
Right. So in an acceptable time, that's Christ's ministry. The acceptable time is Christ's ministry. He actually said this in Luke, the 4th chapter. The acceptable year of the Lord. That is the exact same time. This is the time of salvation. And that's Christ's name. His name is salvation. Yahweh is Yahweh's salvation. He's going to preserve those that believe in Christ, right? He's going to give Christ for a covenant of the people, Israel, and to establish the earth and to cause to inherit the desolate places, which would be the land of Israel. The land of Israel stand desolate right now. But it's going to be renewed back to the Garden of Eden. So Christ's going to come take over and everything's going to be changed up, right? Let's get Isaiah chapter 59, verse 20 and 21. Same book, Isaiah 59, verse 20 and 21.
Isaiah chapter 59, verse 20
and 21.
and 21. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion.
You gonna come where?
To Zion.
That's Hamashiach Yahweh. Go ahead.
And unto them that turn from transgression in Jacob, saith the Lord.
So that's who is coming for them that turn from transgression in Jacob. Because some of them won't. The Redeemer is coming to Zion. He's not coming to the whole world. Go ahead.
Verse 21. As for me, this is my covenant with them.
This is his covenant with them, being Israel. Go ahead.
Saith the Lord, my spirit that is upon thee, and my words which I have put in thy mouth shall not depart out of thy mouth, nor out of thy mouth of thy seed, nor out of the mouth of thy seeds, saith the Lord, from henceforth and forevermore.
See that? That's the final renewal of the covenant, right? That's what it says. I'm gonna write my laws inside of you, put my spirit inside of you. So right, so that's going to transfer down to the seed, and that's what it's going to be forever. Their descendants down all the way down.
That's a piece of Psalms 121.
They say the father's sins spilled amongst the kid, or something like that.
That's the old thing. And he changed that with this latter new covenant. Ain't gonna be no more need for that because now everybody's gonna do the right thing. Right.
Something like that, do the right thing.
So let's get Isaiah 61,
Come.
5 through 8. Isaiah 61, get verse 5 through 8.
Come.
So again, Christ is going to renew the covenant with Hamashiach Yahushua. When he renews it, it's going to go out to their seeds forever and ever. So Isaiah 61, verse 5 through 8. You got that?
I got it. Isaiah chapter 61, verse 5. It reads, "And strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the alien shall be your plowmen and your vine dressers."
Go ahead.
Verse 6. "But ye shall be named the priests of the Lord. Men shall call you ministers of the Most High. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall be boast yourselves."
See that? That's when Christ is, we're gonna boast ourselves. We're gonna be named priests of the Most High God. We, not somebody else, just us. We, right? It says men shall call you ministers of God. So we're gonna be called. That's why I tell brothers, man, you guys are priests. Operate as such, talk as such. Right? This is saying that man gonna call you that. Start you operating as it now. If you do that now, man can call you that now. Uh-oh, he's like, oh, he dumping on the.
Yeah, I smelled it already. Though, like,
oh, he dumping on the carpet. Yabana.
Yeah.
He dumping on the carpet, bro. Look. I mean, you gotta put that dog up, bro. All right, you finished?
verse 7. Yes.
Yeah, verse 7.
Okay. Verse 7 reads, "For your shame ye shall have double, and for your confusion they shall rejoice in their portion."
So for the shame we getting right now, we're gonna have double, is that? And for our confusion, we shall rejoice in their portion. Go ahead.
"Therefore in their land they shall possess the double. Everlasting joy shall be unto them."
See that? Double.
Thank you.
Everlasting joy shall be unto us. Everlasting joy. Not gonna stop. All right, go ahead.
Verse 8, "For the Lord loved judgment. I hate robbery for burnt offering, and I will direct their work in truth, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them."
And he's gonna make an everlasting covenant with it. That is the last renewal of the covenant through Christ. It's gonna be everlasting covenant. We're gonna get all these different things here. All right. Let's get it here in Jeremiah 31:31. Next verse, Jeremiah 31:31. Get Jeremiah 31:31. You can read on verse 34.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 31. "Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah."
Stop. So he said, I will make again, it's cut, and then he's going to cut a renewed covenant, because it's the same covenant with the house of Israel and house of Judah. Nobody else. He doesn't mention anybody else after that. Where's all these non-Israelite coming at? This covenant only made with one nation of people. There's nobody else included in this. Go ahead.
32. "Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Lord.
So again, it showed that the covenant was also a marriage contract. So he's not going to be according to that. So how is it not according to that covenant? That covenant was written on stones. Go ahead.
Verse 33. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put my laws in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people.
So now it's being removed off of stones and putting upon the people. That's why it means not according to. He said, I'm going to put my laws. God don't have two sets of laws. So they're taking off the stone and they're now putting on the people. This is what Hebrews is saying when Hebrews talks about that which is old and ready to decay. Speaking of the thing that was written on stones, the stone is now getting old and getting ready to decay, is what he's saying. Because now they're written on the people. So I don't have to go look at the stones anymore. It's on me. And this is where these so-called Christians be misconstruing what's being said in Hebrew, thinking that it's a brand new covenant. No, it is not. What's old, ready to decay, is what's on the stones. That thing is hard. That thing is like 4,000 years old now.
Was written on like the pyramids type of.
On stone, this thing is old.
Yeah, stone age.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 34. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord.
Saying, know the Lord. He's not going to teach once that covenant is made with you. You're going to teach no man to know the Lord. That's what it's saying. It's not saying you're not going to teach at all no more. It doesn't say you're going to teach at all. It says teach every man. It says saying. It tells you what they're not going to say.
Know the Lord.
Saying, know the Lord. You don't see that nowhere in the New Testament where anyone is telling anyone has the Holy Spirit to know the Lord. Who's saying that to them? If you have God's Spirit, they're going to tell you that?
No.
Comes irrelevant.
Right.
No, you already have.
Know the Lord. What are you talking about? I know. Brother, back up. You know what I'm saying?
Right here with me.
What you talking about? Saying, know the Lord. Go ahead.
For they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith the Lord, for I will give their iniquity and I will remember their sins no more.
See, that's true forgiveness. Not only does he forgive it, he don't remember it.
Wow, that's deep.
Not only forgive it, forget it. Not like down here, they tell you what? Forgive, but what? Never forget. You know what I'm saying?
That's my pops always said.
Yeah. Not going what God said you gotta go to do. You gotta forgive and forget. Forgive and forget. That's true forgiveness. See, this is the thing with you forgiving someone. What you doing? When I forgive you, what am I doing with you? I'm putting you back in the place where you was before to offend me again. That's what I'm doing with you. I forgave you here. I'm putting you back where you was before, right before you offended me again. I'm giving you a chance to do it right again. Here.
But what if they do it again?
Huh?
What if they do it again?
Well, they do it again.
Yeah.
It depends what they're doing.
I mean, the same thing. The exact same thing.
Then they're not repentant.
They're not
So
we're not doing this. We're not doing this over and over again.
right. Okay.
Right?
Right.
We're not doing this over and over again. That's why the text says when you repent, it said to bring forth fruit meet for repentance. And if I put you in place again and you do it again, what are you telling me?
Through your friendship. I
don't care about you. Because I went as far as putting you back where you was before and forget the whole thing. You should say, man, wow, bro, that's deep, man. You know what, bro? I cannot violate it again, bro. That's some really fitting honor. You put me back where I was before I offended you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That means I'm not bringing nothing along that happened. I'm bringing you back before it happened. There you go, boom.
Restoring.
All of it didn't even happen.
Huh.
I erased it.
Right.
You do it again, then you're done. That's what Christ said. Christ said, if you don't believe, I'm him. Because through me, I'm doing this for you. Bam, here you go. I'm putting you back where you was before it happened.
Right, yeah, yeah.
You go do it now, it's happened to you.
Right.
You go do it now.
Right.
Done data for you.
Okay.
Most High, not playing. That's what true forgiveness is. And the Most High is our example. He is the example. He doesn't have to do it. He do it because he really loves you. See, someone that really forgives someone like that is because you really care about that person. When you don't care about them, you ain't gonna really forgive them. You don't care.
Right.
I don't care about you. Forgive you what? No.
Like Jordan Poole.
That's a violation, bro. That's a violation. The Poole can do it.
Who?
If he cares about
Oh,
Draymond
you right.
Green.
Draymond Green, like punch one of his teammates.
If he care about Draymond Green, he can do it. But
Somebody
see,
videotape and leaked it.
he don't know him like that to forgive him like that.
I'll show you later.
See what I'm saying? He don't know that to forgive him. Now that's not the issue situation like that where you don't know that person like that wronged you for you to be able to have the rapport to want to forgive them. Right? The Most High tells us that in Amos it says, "Only you have I known of all the nations." The Most High knows us. So I got love for you, so now I can put you back before that place. I got rapport with you. You don't have it with the other nations.
Right. So it's nothing to go back to. You would never
No
hear.
breaking.
Game of reconciling.
All right, let's get one more in Daniel's 9:27. Daniel chapter 9, verse 27. It's also touching on something that I'm actually looking into again, just to be sure, but you know, because there's still a little debate out here on when it's a Sabbath. So that's another lesson I want to get into. Is it Saturday or is it Sunday?
Okay.
Or is it another day completely?
Right.
Or does it rotate every new moon?
Right.
You guys are crazy out there, mind. The Sabbath day is the 7-day rotation. That fixed. That don't change. Never. Always consistent.
Daniel chapter 9, verse 27.
Yeah.
Daniel chapter 9, verse 27.
Mhm.
To read. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for a week.
So he's going to confirm the covenant. We just read it in Jeremiah 31:31. He's going to confirm that covenant. He says, not with everybody, with many. He's going to do it for it. He's going to do it for a week. Go ahead.
And in the midst of the week, he shall cause the sacrifice and the oblation to cease, and for the overspreading of abominations, he shall make it desolate even until the consummation, and that determined shall be poured unto the desolation.
Yeah, so in the midst of the week is when he's going to make this. And people think this is talking about a 7 year. This is a lie. This is a regular week. In the midst of the week. And that's what they can't answer. When you argue about the Sabbath, tell them, what day is the midst of the week?
Wednesday.
Watch them not answer the question.
That's how I used to do it.
Also not answer the question. It's a wrap. When it says Wednesday, then it's Saturday. Now I know in different countries, I think in Denmark, their 7 days Sunday. They got different calendar.
Oh, they do? Really?
Yes, different country have a different calendar. Sometimes it's Sunday, the 7th day, and Monday is the first day. Here in America, Sunday is the first day. So
Well, you know, sometimes when they do like I don't know how it is with your job, but with jobs, they actually do like the pay periods. They stop it. They start on a Monday. They stop it on the Sunday.
Mhm.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah.
Like if you ever did like overtime, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sunday's the last day.
Right. Yeah. So they would count Monday as the first day of the work day. You know, even though it's not like the first day.
I work time.
Yeah.
Right in his time. So in the midst of the week, that's when he died, and he shall call the sacrifice and the oblation, animal sacrifices for sin of the blood of the covenant. He said he's gonna cease. The word there is Shabbat. See, they
Which
think
word?
they
Which word?
cease.
After.
Oh, the oblation to cease. Okay.
Cease, yeah, cease is Shabbat. Cease don't mean like permanently. And maybe they said, well, he said that means he's gonna do animal sacrifice permanently. No more killing animals or that, because Christ did away with animal sacrifice. No, he didn't. He said he made that stuff to Shabbat, to rest. And when he died, the temple was cracked. The temple was cracked, and the veil was rent in two. It was cracked so bad they couldn't officiate in there. They had to go fix it. It took him a while for him to fix it. So and what happened? It Shabbated. The killing animals rested till they was able to fix it. That's what happened. But you won't find it in the Greek Matthew. You only find it in the Hebrew Matthew. Hebrew Matthew tell you that the panels was cracked.
Okay.
That held up the veil. When I cracked, and it split the veil in two. You have a curtain hanging up, and the curtain is already kind of split already. If the curtain split, is because what's hanging on it that broke and caused a split. That's how I split in two. Right? We almost finished up here. Let's get now to Matthew 26:26. This is the renewal of the covenant here. We're about to wrap this up right quick. Let's touch on a few scriptures here. We've got about 1, 2, 3, 4 more, and that's it. We're done. I'm not going to go too deep into it. Just hit a couple of it, so we can just show that the renewed covenant. This ain't no new covenant. This is a renewed covenant. Who got that in Matthew 26:26?
I'll take it. Matthew chapter 26, verse 26. And as they were eating, Yahushua took bread and blessed it and brake it and gave it to the disciples and said, take, eat, this is my body.
Go ahead.
And he took the cup and gave thanks and gave it to them, saying, drink ye all of it. For this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remissions of sin.
Right. This is the blood of the renewed covenant. The Greek word the word there is a renewed. You know, it's renewed. We've been tracking this covenant here, so it has to be renewed. It's a everlasting covenant. You cannot do away with that. Jesus Christ could not have made a new covenant while under the old covenant. Could he?
La'ah.
No.
He would be violating the covenant he's under. The covenant he was under, so they can't add or take away from it. So how can he come in and make a new covenant?
Because people might say because he's the Most High.
Because he's what?
The Most High.
Well, you violating your own law. You violating your own Torah that you say you're under.
Right. But they can say he repented from it.
You see the what?
He repented from it.
Who repented from it?
Oh, man. No.
Can't do that.
That was good.
Can't do that.
Torah
said he can't do that.
Come, we know that.
Making sure some people. The title should be removed till all laws are fulfilled.
It doesn't matter what angle it comes with. I got something for it. Can we get it? We can. You can't say I'm making it up. Can you get any numbers? You know, I'm making it up. You're making that up. What do you mean you can't repent?
We did 26:26.
Huh?
We did Matthew 26:26.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, we're on there right now. We have to finish it. We're not done with it yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we
Okay.
got to finish it up right now.
You said number what? Oh, you still looking up?
Number 23.
23, okay.
19. Number 23, 19.
I got it. Ready? Okay. Numbers chapter 23, verse 19. It reads, God is not a man that he should lie.
God don't do that.
Right.
Go ahead.
Neither the son of man that he should repent.
Yeah, you did. Isn't Christ called the Son of Man?
Yep.
That he should not what?
Repent.
Can't do that.
Okay.
Son of man is a phrase that means prophet. When Christ is called the Son of Man, he's being called a prophet. Prophets don't repent. Meaning when they're speaking the word of God and doing God's work, they're repenting when you're doing that. You can't say I was wrong doing God's work. I was wrong saying God's words. That's what it means that he's Son of Man, that he should repent. When you're in prophet mode, you're not repenting in your prophet mode. Prophet mode, you're supposed to be on point.
Accurate.
Yeah, so we can't have to repent. All right, come on to Matthew and finish that in Matthew 26. Did you read to verse 30? Did you read verse 30 or no?
I don't think so.
All right.
No. Matthew chapter 26, verse 30. And when they had sung and hymn,
They sung a what?
a
Did
hymn.
they sing?
Mhm.
They were trying to do that over there at Chain of Command. They're trying to sing. They need to work on their harmony with the Hebrew.
Tell the truth.
Go ahead.
They went out into the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus,
That's 30.
oh, that's 31.
All right, stop right there. You want to
Okay.
get that part that they were together eating the meal, and we saw that they sung. So again, when I was coming up, it wasn't all that singing. They were singing nothing. All right, look at Hebrews chapter 8, verse 6. Hebrews chapter 8, verse 6. We're going to read through verse 13. About to come to closing with this right here. Hebrews chapter 8, you're going to get verse
6.
Oh, yeah, I'll take it. Hebrews chapter 8, verse 6. It reads, but now hath he obtained a more excellent ministry, by how much also he is the mediator of a better covenant, which was established upon better promises.
So this is Hamashiach Yahushai. He have an excellent ministry, a more excellent ministry, by how he is a mediator, a going between of a better covenant, which is established on better principles, right?
Okay.
So hold on. Better just means more useful.
Because I was about to say, how does he make something better that's everlasting already? But
Israel was not using the covenant to their advantage when they had it. It's become more useful because now it becomes better. It's become now you're taking advantage of the things that pertains to it. Right? Which there wasn't before. Right? So we see, let me give you an example. Elijah took advantage of it. Did he die? How did he not die?
the Most High took him up.
He took advantage of the covenant that he was under.
He kept statute on.
That's correct. He took advantage of it. And so he never saw death. He never found a violation of it. Otherwise, how can he accept that everybody else is dead?
Right.
And he had. How you think Enoch, what did Enoch did?
Right.
Took
It's
advantage
the
of the
same
covenant.
thing as well.
Come.
He said the man that do the thing shall what? Shall live in them. That live is talking about eternal life. You're gonna live forever in these things. It was always made for you to these things to be permanent, and you can live forever doing these things. It's never a temporary thing where you do it for a while and then stop. It was never meant for that.
So it would be saying to Adam and to Enoch and Elijah, you passed the Adam test.
Of course. But they was under the law of the commandments of the Most High. This is not something that just came about during Moses' time. This thing been there from the beginning. You gotta take advantage of it. Now it becomes not better, the word should be useful, more useful. Because now it's written upon you. Right. You'll take more advantage of it. Right. So the covenant which is established under better promises. Now the word established is nomo. Once you see nomo, that's Torah already. Established, the first word there is nomo. Nomo tehio. Nomo tehio is to legislate. example, to have the Mosaic enactments enjoined and sanctioned by them. Receive the law established. This word here is letting you know that this is established through the Mosaic covenant. It's impossible it can be something new. This word right here.
Wow. Wow. I didn't get it. I was okay.
It is saying that it is better, but it's still speaking of the Mosaic covenant.
Wow.
By all means, fact check me when you see this video. I know y'all thinking I'm making it up.
That's the cycles. Boys.
All right, so we know it's still speaking of the Mosaic covenant by this English word established here. All right. Nomo to Theo. That's NOMOTHETEHO. All right, go ahead. Who was reading?
Oh, it was me?
Come.
Oh, you over?
Verse 7.
Verse 7. It reads, for if that first covenant had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for the second.
So if the first covenant was faultless, that the word covenant is actually not really in the text. It's inferred. So if the first had been faultless, then should no place have been sought for another, right? For a second, right? For a second, or meaning sought for something afterwards, right? Now it's going to get clear because but that's not like another covenant. Go ahead.
Okay, verse 8. For finding fault with them.
Finding fault with who?
With them.
Did he find fault with the covenant or with them?
With them.
Finding fault with them. So the problem is not with the covenant. When it's saying here for the faultless, it's them. They're the problem.
Wow.
They're the problem.
Wow.
It's never been the covenant, never been the God's law. It's you. So finding fault with them, go ahead.
He saith, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
Right, I will make again, right? I will make is the Greek word santilio. Right? Will make is the Greek word santilio. Santilio simply means to conclude, to complete, to finish. How are you going to complete something if you haven't started yet? He's saying, I will finish the new covenant, the renewed covenant. I will finish it. How are you going to finish it? He got to write it on you. He got to finish writing it on you. How does he start the writing on you? It's first off to believe in Christ. That's the start of it getting thought to be written on you. Right? You believe in Christ and get in the Holy Spirit, then he starts the writing on you. He says, I would santilio. I would finish. That meaning he has started it already. I would finish the new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 9. Not according to the covenant that I made with the fathers in that day, when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not.
Go ahead.
Say the Most High. Verse 10. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God, and they shall be me a people.
So he just repeated when we read it there in Jeremiah 31:31. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Lord, for I shall know me from the least to the greatest.
Go ahead.
For I will be merciful to their unrighteousness and their sins and their iniquities I will remember no more.
Here it is. Another time it's saying, remember no more. Done. Gone. Go ahead.
And that he saith, a new covenant he hath made the first old.
So now here Christian though, it said right here, a new covenant, right? The word covenant not even in the text. So it's just a new,
Right.
a renewed.
It's an italic.
A renewed. So a renewed, he have made the first old. What's the first? The one that's on stone.
Right.
The new one's going to be written on you. So the first one written on stone, that stone thing is getting old.
Right.
Now becoming old, so now he's gonna write it on you. Go ahead.
Now that which decayeth and waxeth old is already to vanish away.
So that vanish away, speaking of the stuff on stone.
Right.
Because now it's written on you. He didn't write no brand new laws on you. The same laws is on the stone that's written on the people now.
Right.
He's speaking of the material it was written on. That's getting old and decaying and waxing old and ready to pass away. That's what he's speaking of. That. Not speaking of the covenant itself, the words of the covenant, not that. Just the stone it was on. So all we clear, you so-called Christian, that's what it's actually saying. Ain't no new covenant. And even if there was a new covenant, it's still maybe one nation of people. It's Judah and Israel. Still don't include nobody outside of it.
But it do kind of sound funny when he say, not the covenant that I made with your father, because it sounds like that he's not talking about the covenant, but it's your fathers who went off, not the covenant is wrong.
Right.
Right.
It's hard to hear that unless you know that. Like, unless you know that that's what's going on, because, you know, people got family members and they want to bring all the Gentiles they can into the covenant because they don't, you know what I'm saying? That's that.
Brother, think of Moses. I think Moses felt when he found out his children was not part of his thing.
Boy,
I
that's
think he
hard.
felt.
Oh my goodness.
That's probably why you didn't circumcise them. First problem.
No, he found out afterwards.
He found out so he said he didn't circumcise the children unknowingly, right?
He circumcised one of them.
Right.
One of them he didn't because of his father Jethro told him not to.
Okay.
Yeah, the book of Jethro says that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll read them like, how you circumcise one of them and not the other one?
Right,
So I'm reading Jethro said, well, Jethro told him don't do that one. What? And I mean, like, Moses, you listen to that nonsense? Like, man, what was you thinking? Yeah, when after he gets Israel and it comes out and he get the commandments and stuff, and then the covenant's been made. You know, most are like, listen, remember he's up there for 40 days and 40 nights, so he got all the information.
Right.
Yeah. Your children ain't a part of this covenant. I think he had to suck and be like, he ain't buck up and say, nah, I'm going down from this mountain. You lead him yourself. I'm going back to Egypt. I'm doing my thing.
Wife and children.
He like, okay, that's what it is. That's what it is. Okay, cool. All right. So where do well, they got to move outside the community and be over here. They're cool over there. Go like, okay, cool. That's what it is. Moses locked in and stay locked in.
Yeah, because after the circumcision, they never really mentioned them after that.
Huh. Yeah.
Now, did the Most High lock Moses in, or is Moses of his own free person being locked in? I mean, because
what you mean? He locked Moses got to lock himself in.
Yeah,
it sounds like the Most High locked him in. Like,
I'm not gonna make you do nothing.
no, I get what you're saying.
And now you sound like the brothers, like a couple of
Right, you ain't no free will.
The rock twice, if not, he would have just hit it once.
Yeah.
No, he would have spoke to it. He spoke to it. He had to speak to it.
Yeah,
But
no, he was
though.
pressured under the people. The people was pressuring him.
They was thirsty.
People pressuring him and made him go off like that. The people, you know how Israel can get. Talking about we need some water, and they're talking about stoning them. They said, man, if I'm stone you, bring us out in the wilderness to kill our children and our wives, man. What's wrong with you? We need some water. We need some water. What's wrong with you?
Like donkeys.
Don't boast inside you, man. Get us some water up in here. He's like, they about to stone me, Yahweh. You people about to stone me right now. They'll get ready to stone him. Him and Aaron.
Because he was telling, hold on, Most High is gonna take
So
care
he
of
was
it.
like, man, go ahead and speak to the rock. Moses, speak to the rock. You're gonna hit the rock twice. Messed it up right there.
Wow.
Called him an entrance into the promised land.
He hit Jesus
But not into the
twice.
kingdom. Yeah, he destroyed the shadow picture.
Shadow picture.
But the rock ain't gonna get smoked twice. It's gonna get smoked once.
And that's the problem, right?
That's the problem with that. Anyway, let's get the last three we have here. Hebrews 8:13. And we just did that just now. 8:13. We just did that. We just did all that. Right, that was it then. That was all I wanted to get. That's all I wanted to get. We covered all that.
5 on a Saturday. October 15th. Shabbat shalom, brothers. Shabbat is over. Yeah, wow. Just shalom, man.
I don't say, man, all of these lessons is important, but they all building up to something, man.
Con.
Man, all of them building up to a greater understanding of the text. People are listening and thinking, oh, you just bringing out certain lessons. These lessons are brought out and they begin to build up to a greater understanding. For you to understand something greater, but you can't understand something greater without having these particular foundations of different things really put together.
That's amazing.
That's my nephew.
Oh, your nephew. Oh, okay. Shalom, nephew.
Hey, shalom, brother.
Hey, shalom, ma.
Shalom, Ma.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom. That's Avery. Avery. Yeah, shalom. Peace and blessings.
Like
Got
got
on,
loud children back here.
It looked like you talking, but you know we can't hear you.
Yeah,
If you
yeah,
talking.
unmute your mic.
yeah. If you want to talk, you gotta unmute your mic.
Mute the mic.
Yeah, my brother. They're like, yo,
Like,
Shalom,
nephew.
Shalom, brother.
shalom, brothers. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I know you guys ain't got a chance to see little guy yet, so
Oh,
Shalom.
Little
Awesome.
Little Ozzy right there.
Hello,
Hello,
You
man.
said shalom?
you saying Shabbat Shalom? Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me in today. Great message. I'm like hecka late. Whew.
You understand?
At least you got something out of it, man. I'm glad you came through.
Hey, appreciate it. Thanks, man. Thanks. I got a house full of rugrats, so just letting them run around, letting the oldest run around. What's up, big guy? What's up? You saying what you gotta say?
No, I thought it looked like somebody was coming.
This live stream on here.
Yeah, the brother couldn't come through tonight, so